All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a Team Flourish stream. I am your host today, Maximum Barnage, and today we are running an old classic from 1994 known as Super Metroid. Now, a little bit of history about this game. This was, as you may know from watching some of my previous experiences on Team Flourish, I love to speedrun. Speedrunning is one of my favorite things to do, and Super Metroid was my very first speed game. A friend and I did a lot of speedrunning Super Metroid in college, just like very amateurish, nothing like setting records or anything like that. Just, watching a couple of good speedruns online and trying to emulate what we saw, and just some friendly competition to beat the game as quickly as possible. And had a lot of fun with that for several years. So ever since, I kind of put the game down for a little while and haven't really done a speedrun of Super Metroid itself in a long time. Speedrun strats have gotten a lot more refined since the last time I did an actual speedrun of Super Metroid. But one thing that I've always wanted to do on stream that I just kind of felt compelled to do tonight is kind of just run through the game the way that it was intended to be run by the developers, or showcase kind of the way the game is laid out and the way the game kind of tells its story and does the thing that it does without doing speedrun strats. Would just like play through the game as it, just showcase the game as much as possible. So we're basically just doing a let's play of the game, trying to emulate the best I can my first playthrough of the game. The only thing that we'll be doing in that playthrough that's different is I know where to go, so I'm not going to be like intentionally walking into rooms that I don't know what they are, though, or like that we don't need to go into to beat the game. Though I will showcase some of those rooms just to like show that they're there, and how you generally might explore the game. I'm not sure how long that'll take. My first run of this game took about 4 hours. I don't envision that this run will take as long, since I won't be doing as much needless exploration. But yeah, so we're gonna do that. Afterwards, after we've looked at each of the individual sections of the game, we'll look at a couple of speedrun strats and how speedrunners have kind of broken parts of the game open. And then after we're done with that, we'll try to do a 100% speedrun of the game, though obviously it's not going to be at all optimized since I haven't practiced running 100% in a very, very long time. But, it's what I felt like doing tonight. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. I hope you'll have a lot of fun with it with me. So, let me configure my controller here, and we'll go. Let me pause emulation so it doesn't make that obnoxious noise. Bar. Okay. Okay. So, let's get started. So, oops. False start there. Okay, so I want dash, jump, shot, item select, and that should do. Okay, so let's look at a couple of reasons why this is a pretty advanced game for 1994. First of all, the graphics are beautiful for a 1994 game. Just so well done through and through. A lot of storytelling in this game. This entire game, besides the opening sequence, is completely without words or text. So it tells the story of the game all through images, which is just, very minimalist. It's a really pretty game to play through. You can set your control style however you want. There's a lot of different schools of thought on how to just do this whole controller setting mode. And the best part about the game is you physically cannot get stuck. Like, you can explore the game in any way, and there's always a way out. Like, you're not going to soft lock the game. Like, no matter which way you go, there's always a unique way out. And sometimes getting into areas or getting stuck in areas is a way to progress. Like, there's a couple areas that I'll show off in the game where the animals show up, the famed animals of GDQ fame, to teach you new techniques that aren't in the description of the game, and the game just teaches you how to do these things on the fly. Really neat. Okay, so I'm gonna keep a timer. We'll go ahead and get started with this. I guess time starts from hitting start game after the beginning sequence plays, so I mean, it's not really gonna matter. Like, this isn't...
The last Metroid is in captivity.
We'll just start it when we get into Sarah's station.
Is at peace.
That quality voice acting. Alright, so the opening to Metroid 3 is the story behind Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. This is Samus killing Mother Brain at the end of Metroid 1 for the NES. And then this tells the story of Metroid 2, which was for the original Game Boy. And Samus's mission was to eliminate all of the Metroids, but the baby Metroid from the Metroid home planet ended up following her, and she couldn't kill it. So then this picks up with the story that begins this game. So Metroid's unique creatures. We want to save them because we love science. An idea I can definitely get behind. We done good. We saved the Metroid. Everything's great. Presumably forever. Sarah's station was under attack. Also, the little eyebrow serious look from Samus right there. Such a nice little detail. Like, they didn't need to do that. But like in 1994, you knew it was gonna get serious. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with the timer. Alright. Alright, so only one way to go. Sarah's station was under attack. We don't have to shoot these doors, but basically we can shoot and jump. Oh no, everyone's dead. Surprisingly violent for, you know, a kid's game in 1994. And now I have the big Metroid. Game over. We picked it up. We saved the day. Oh no, it's Ridley. Okay, so we need to fight Ridley. And, like most Metroid games, they artificially nerf you at the beginning. They take away all your powers from the last game. So I have no more fall. Like, me shooting this little pea shooter is really all I have at this point. I also only have 100 health, so this is getting a little tough. That Ridley tail does a lot of damage. Alright, so the fight was going poorly anyway, but Ridley just decided to wreck the entire ship, and now I need to get out. RIP scientists, press F. These little steam blasts about, but fortunately these don't deal any damage. Alright. The ship is teetering. We're running out of time. Oh, and we're out. Okay. So we make it out of Sarah's station. And all of the scientist research is gone, and the baby Metroid is in Ridley's hands. So we're gonna chase Ridley to Planet Zebes, which is where the first game took place. And so a lot of the beginning portion of this game ends up looking pretty familiar if you've played the original Metroid. They kept Samus's ship from Samus 2, the Game Boy version. And so you have full control. You can go whichever way you want. So I can't go up there. It doesn't look like. Right. And shooting doors has been a mechanic in Super Metroid forever. That's not a big deal. I know that the morph ball is a thing, but I don't have it yet, so I can't get down there. Really only one way to go. Ooh, I could open that door, but I can't get in. And I can open that door. But again, I have another thing. Thus the meme, why can't Metroid crawl? This door can't be opened yet. And this immediately teaches us that we can now angle down and shoot down our shots, which is something that we could not do in previous iterations of Metroid. Very neat. Okay, so we have this this shaft. This looks really familiar if you've played the original Metroid. This is the shaft that leads you out at the end of the game. And then entering this room, if you played the original Metroid, you're like, this is it. This is where I killed Mother Brain before. It's very spooky. There's an elevator here, which was not here before. And this leads us down into the very familiar, this is the very first screen of the game Metroid. And in the same place as it was before is our morphing ball. Right. And then immediately after getting the morphing ball, we're being watched. So like, this is a pretty neat thing about this game, is that, again, after that first opening sequence, there are no more words. There is nothing left to the story. So again, we learn that we can shoot down. Now we can morph. And down here, we get our first missile pack. So, also a common thread from the previous Metroid games was that these red doors can be opened by missiles. But if you did not know that, you could just either read it in the instruction manual or you could watch it at the tutorial. Again, being watched, but we pick up a second missile pack. So what do we know? We know that Mother Brain is still dead. But we know that there is a presence here that is watching us, just from this very short opening sequence of getting these missiles. And the presence is the space pirates, which we're going to run into right now. And then we have a very famous part of Metroid speedrunning, which is the climb. So I'm just going to do this in the way that you probably would when playing the game the first time. You know, just kill the enemies, try to climb up, try not to fall like that. Take some damage, you know, we're not perfect. And then we do the climb very similar to the way that we would do in the game, just using these platforms that the game gives us. Gives us a chance to refill on all of our missiles, which is good. This is now populated with enemies. So we see a missile door that we couldn't open before, so let's just open it. And here, we get the map data access completed. I guess they did not think download was a real term yet, because it's 1994 and this was pre-internet, but we get the entire map of criteria. So it shows us different places that we can go. And using the map is, if you're brand new to this game, because like even after watching this, if you decide to play this game, you're probably going to get a little lost. Like, this game is very labyrinthine, but the exploration is, you know, part of the fun. Like, you're not sure where you're going, you're just kind of feeling your way through the game. Oh, and we have the morph ball. We can go here. Oh, also now I remember there was this morph ball thing from before. Oh, but shoot, we're blocked out. We can't go there either. We can go here. That S indicates that this is a save station. Grab quick save. I accidentally hit not save, but we won't need that save. But if you were in the game, you would be saving there. Moving on with your day. So there's not a whole lot we can do. We can go down here though. This is what's opened up in the map. This is really what the map station was trying to show us. Just clear these enemies out. And oh, we have another item. Alright, so we now have Morph Ball bombs. It's a lot faster progression than the original Metroid, and we're locked in. Okay, I want out. But that doesn't look good. Alright, so I've just unloaded all my missiles. I'm still not doing great here. Oh, okay, we got him. Alright. So that is the first boss of the game, the Bomb Chorizo. Kind of the idea behind that was explored a little bit in Metroid 2 and more in this game and Metroid Prime is that, you know, the Chozo created Samus's suit. So every once in a while Chozo statues will kind of test your strength like that and make sure that, you know, you're worthy to take it, because the Chozo suit is extremely powerful, and, you know, I guess the thought is, you know, if it's actually Samus, she would have no problem with this. So we now have bombs, and so we can use them. Let's go bomb down here and see what that is. Again, I'm using my keen memory of this area. Not that I have run this game a trillion times and know where everything is or anything. We get another missile upgrade, which is kind of nice. Nice little shortcut on the way back. And so, again, we wouldn't quite know where to go, except that the map opened up two directions to us, and this is one of them. So it shows that there's something behind this wall, and we know that because of the map, and then we can deduce that we need bombs to get through it. And we're rewarded at the end of this with our first of the energy tanks. So now is probably a good time to talk about item collection in this game. Alright, so... Oh, so we have these guys. They don't die to regular shots, so we need to shoot them with missiles. Ooh, we have a missile door. Let's go ahead and open this up. So, item collection in this game, there are exactly 100 items. So, 100% completion is collecting all 100 items. Okay, so we enter this room and we see this glowing statue, and we can't progress. The only way out is back. But we'll keep that statue in our minds as we move on. Alright. These little flea creatures, the Kegos, which are actually really annoying. And they hurt. They dealt like 20 damage. This game really doesn't mess around. Alright, so now every time we exit one of these elevators, we go to a new area of the map. And so we don't have any map data on this. This is now the area of Brinstar, which we'll know as soon as we get map data. Alright, so... Oh, we fell down. So we can't get through that. Okay, so we do get a missile packet of the deal, which is nice. This room, I'm just going to highlight this room. This room is going to be really important. We can't progress, we can't get through this gate. But that'll be really important in the speedrun. We'll come back to that later. Alright, so we have a new missile door to explore. And our first encounter with these hopper enemies. So we kind of find our way through by bombing. And we get our map data for this region. And we get to find out that this is called Brinstar, and this is much bigger than Crateria. We have a couple of exits to Crateria, but nothing else yet. And an exit to an area called Meridia. If we look around. And a very ominous icon at the end there. Alright, so we have our Brinstar map data, and we're going to follow the map in the top right, just kind of guiding us where we need to go. We have to, this is a room where we have to kill all the enemies to progress. Get a save point. Again, I'm not going to utilize this save point. Alright, so we have this room, which is a pretty neat room. So we have these little enemies, and every time we kill one, it takes the light in the room down until we can't see anything. And then we get a little missile refill, which is nice. Because we already have 20 missiles. Most of those 100 items in the game are just regular missile packs. Only a couple of the items in the game are really unique and special, which we'll see as we come up on them. So the map tells us to go this way. But interestingly, we did get a little preview back here. There's a guy crawling around down there. So we bomb, and we see this indicator icon that we can't get through. Looks like a hamburger. We see the enemies got a little bit tougher when we went to Brinstar. We bombed through this. We bomb here, and we see that this has an arrow, which we don't know what that means yet. And wow, that enemy packed a wallop. Okay. So we know we need to go down in order to get to that icon that was on the map. Oh, and we fell through the floor. We have this new yellow door. Missiles don't seem to do anything to that door. And we get some more missiles. And we have this right here. Seems very bombable, so we'll bomb it, and we're rewarded with the charge beam. Alright, so now we're cooking. The charge beam is really, really good in this game. So it allows you to do a couple of things. So, first of all, you have charge beam combos, which is what you just saw there, which is I get to poop out a whole bunch of bombs if I go into the morph ball while I charge. The second is what you just saw there. We'll review in just a little bit. When I'm in that glowing state, I've got semi-invulnerability. And then we have a green door. Again, missiles don't work. So we're stuck. We gotta go somewhere else. A charge beam also increases the power of whatever beam you're doing by 3 times. So a full charge shot is 3 times as powerful as whatever beam we're using at the time. That's not like in the game or anything, like something that you would know just by playing, but that multiplier is really good. Right, so we can't go, so the only way to go is up. So we're following our map. Map tells us there's a save station. So, you know, we'll go ahead and grab this one. You know, we're about 20 minutes in. We don't want to lose that progress. And here's the door we can get through. And we have our first encounter with these beasties. These guys are called key hunters, and they're really nasty. They're difficult to deal with. But here's the other feature of the charge beam that's really nice. You have this semi-invulnerability, which we call the pseudo-screw attack. It kills enemies below a certain threshold of HP for free just by jumping into them. And we have our next boss here, which we kind of were forced into because we didn't have the equipment to go forward. And this guy's name is Spore Spawn. So I'm gonna use the charge. I'm gonna take it to him. Now this boss, especially, you're going to notice, even if you're, you know, like, not really speedrunning the game. This boss takes a while. We can only hit him when he opens up his mouth. And we just kind of have to avoid his shots. Get in our charge beam shots where we can. A charge beam doesn't seem to be doing him a whole lot of damage, so I'm going to switch over to missiles here for the next one. Got one missile in last time, but let's try to get more than one. Oh, we got 2 missiles. All right. So we're really taking it to Spore Spawn here. Just kind of carefully weaving our way around the stage. Get another charge shot in. Oh, now he's speeding up. Now things are getting serious. It's getting even faster. He's getting a little more green under the gills than he even was before we started this fight. I'll do some missiles this time. Alright, we got him. Spore Spawn is down. Please keep that fight in mind for when we start to talk about the speedrun. That is a big piece. Alright, so... Oh, I did something that we haven't talked about yet. We're going to continue to move on. Alright. Alright, so we beat Spore Spawn. Things are going good. We have a little refill station here by these guys. And that was fake. And we're falling. Ah! But at the bottom we're rewarded with super missiles. So, super missiles are going to open something new for us. Walk around with this screw attack since I feel really safe with it on. So there you go. Super missiles open green doors. The game just taught us that because it's the only way out. It's the only way forward. So let's bomb this. We can't bomb that. We need to shoot it with a super missile. So the game teaches us to do here is that we can shoot while we crouch. That's something that we may not have been able to figure out before or may not have known how to do. Again, this game's really good at just teaching, like, setting up rooms in such ways that the only way through is by learning something new about the control scheme. And you can learn that, like, you could also, like, get through that by just, like, frustratedly shooting at the wall. Like, trying to aim it or trying to line it up. But we're just gonna keep doing this whole pseudo screw. This attack is just so good right now. Maybe this blue gate. Shoot to open. Oh, there was a little area back here on the map. Let me see if I can highlight it. This little blue area, this little area in blue around all the pink that's kind of in the middle right now that we couldn't get to. That is an area that we could see but we couldn't get to yet. Alright, so we're approaching a new area of the game where we're going to get taught a brand new skill, and you're going to laugh at you're going to laugh at me because this is kind of like, duh, isn't that obvious? But this is how I played through the game the first time. There's something I haven't done yet in this game, and we're going to learn to do it in this room. So we can't make it through this. We're on another one of those crumble blocks we can't get around, so like maybe we'll try jumping. Okay, we made it a little further that time. We can do maybe some tiny jumps. Ooh, okay. We got hit by spikes. We got like, hurt by a lot there. That didn't work. Okay, so this area of the game is affectionately called by speedrunners New Bridge. And it's called New Bridge because it teaches you the skill that there is a button in this game that allows you to run. So, with the dash button, we can run across New Bridge. And now that we've unlocked the skill of dashing, I'm going to be using it a whole lot to go a lot faster through these rooms. It took a lot of self-control in those last couple of, you know, up till now, not using dashes. Okay, so we can't make it up here yet. Can't jump high enough. Oh, that guy's annoying. Okay, we want to kill him. Let's try to get over there. Oh no, we need hamburgers to do that. Right, so we're kind of stuck. Let's consult our map again. Oh, there's this big area off to the left, and then it looks like... Well, what can we really do here? So let's confirm. We can't go up, but there's more blue beneath it, so we have to be able to go down. So we can go down by just bombing this out. Not too bad. Get a nice little health refill in case we got bodied at New Bridge. Very kind of the game. And we start to learn about water physics here. The water physics in this game are brutal. Also, notably, we can't make this jump. So the game had to teach us how to run before we came in here so that we could do that. Also notably, running was not a feature in Metroid 1 or 2. So we have... Ooh, we have something we can get to up there, but we can't get it yet because we can't jump high enough. We'll dodge these guys. These guys are yapping moths and they're really annoying. Alright, and so we have a new area actually. We know that there's some blue back there, so let's go through. Ooh, and so we know this is the area where the boss is, but we can't get there because we can't make this jump, even with a running jump. Oh, just tantalizingly close, but we can't make it. So let's continue down the elevator. Get another elevator, another music change, and now we're in a new area where we have no map. You have a super missile door. Let's go ahead and open that up. Oh. And we're stuck. Well, that was rude. Okay, so that opened up with bombs. We can get back out. And let's go in here. Ow, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Ow, 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 get me out. Okay, so this area is hot, and we cannot progress here. Alright, so we've got a door here. Looks friendly. Let's take another save, you know, keep our progress in case something goes wrong. Got more of these frogs, but we can't progress here. More arrow blocks. Okay. Alright. Right, I unlocked the ability to run now. I don't need to walk around. Alright, so we see these guys. We can actually get down here. And this is another hot area. We don't want to be here. Just some missiles and a green gate. Oh, another energy tank. Fantastic. Alright. So more health. You're very relieved to see that at this point. Let's follow this guy. And we're rewarded with high jump boots. So all of those areas we just passed that we couldn't get to because they were too tall, There we go, we can get through them. Alright. And they immediately teach us exactly how high we can jump by taking us through this room. We can't get out, we have to kill the enemy. Alright, so we got high jump boots, but this door's a bust. Can't go through this door. This door's a bust. Can't go through this way because we're not fast enough, so only one way to go, and that's up. So I want to get to that icon on the map, which by now you probably figured out is a boss icon, so that tells me that this is this way, and now we can easily make this jump using our high jump boots, and off we go. We have a door that won't open, even though we kill all the enemies. We'll see 4 of those in the game. We've got some more key hunters. We'll knock these out with a pseudo screw. And I'll shoot this last one with a missile. There's a save point back here we could take, but we won't take it. We're gonna live dangerously today, guys. All right, more guys that we can missile through, and we have the little Kraid boss. When we have that grisly corpse, and our first encounter with a Ghidorah, which blocks this area, and we're locked in. Alright, so we've got our first boss of the game, which is Kraid, who is technically also the first boss of Metroid 1, but you probably fought him last. He was harder than Ridley, in my opinion. Alright, so I'm gonna hit him in the mouth, and then, oh my god, he's huge! Open your mouth, Ridley. So we can only damage him with missiles, only when his mouth is open. Super missiles will also work, since I'm out of regulars. Oh, he's shooting platforms at me. This is getting intense. Alright, so we got him with a super missile. Kraid is down. And we're moving on. And our reward is the Various suit, which we don't know what it does. But it increases our defense. And we'll find out more about what it does in just a minute. So normally we would go back through the game, we would go get all our high jump stuff that we did and explore all of those things. To save a little time, I'm just gonna make some assumptions about where we need to go on the map that are presumably correct because we know where to go. So we're gonna get out of here. We can take this door now, get more of these hoppers, and we have a very tricky energy tank. I mean, that one I think you could probably figure out pretty easily. I mean, it's a room where nothing is. Oh, also, they do make this point in the manual of the game. Do you see how the room to my left has a little dot in it? That little dot means there's an item there. So all you really need to do is just shoot around in order to find that energy tank, which is an item eventually. And we'll see that as a trend moving forward, that every room that has a dot has an item in it. Alright, so we're beefing up a little bit. So, like, probably you would want to go back to the room earlier and use your high jump boots to get back. But eventually it would railroad you back to here because we couldn't get back up that room with the floating enemies. So, again, we're kind of railroaded, but eventually we would go into here and realize, hey, we're not taking damage anymore. All right, so that's what the various suit does. It protects us from the lava and the hot rooms. You can see these guys are really tough. Like, once we start, now that we're in this area, we needed the even if we were able to make it here, we wouldn't be able to make it up here without the high jump boots, so that's something new. We're going to continue to use that pseudo screw. It's very, very good. We have another door. We have some rising lava here. We're just going to kind of pick our way through, trying to take as little damage as possible. Oh. Oh. Get me out. Oh boy. So we're not completely immune from heat. That lava still deals us damage. Alright, so here we go. We're in a new area. We'll take this save. Alright, and so we're kind of stuck here. There's this. We can come down here. Get another missile. That doesn't really help. But getting this missile shows us that there's some enemies crawling around in this little shaft. So let's use that shaft that the enemies are crawling in. Like, we have this big room, but we can't really get through it. Again, this is just too high for us to jump. So shooting around would tell us that there's a shaft here. And we can take the shaft with the enemies. Just taking our time bombing them. Bombs are pretty powerful, so I saw a second guy here. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna outsmart him. Alright, so we've got 2 ways to go. I'm gonna go this way. Again, going down there would, again, put us to a railroad where we couldn't get through a yellow door, but it would be pretty far away, so I'm just not gonna take that area. Alright, so if we go this way, we're back to this area, which we still can't get through because these are that arrow door. We can't get that way. So we're kind of stuck. We have exactly one way to go. Can't go that way. Can't go that way either. Okay. Alright, so where to go? I guess we could go this way? Let's go. That's kind of a dead end that leads to just a room with nothing in it. We can see the enemies are getting tougher and tougher as we go. Partially mitigated by our suit. Alright, so we're going, and we're reach this yellow door that we can't get through. And so I noticed this. Let's take this way. That's a hidden door, but we're stuck behind another blue gate that we can't get through. Alright, so let's keep going. You know the drill by now. We can get down through this guy. We want to avoid this rising lava. Ooh, we don't want to avoid that lava, so we're going to have to... Ow! We're going to have to use this guy as a platform. This guy's sinking. Oh, he's struggle busting a little bit. We gotta get off of him. Super Screw continues to be very good. Or Pseudo Screw continues to be very good. So we get all these platforms up here. Another one of these Kagos. We could... This guy will eventually die if we shoot him enough. We use him for a little health. Okay, well that didn't really help. But we do see that there is a big pit there. Alright, so I'm also going to do a minor sequence break here. Because it wouldn't be unreasonable for you to do this on your first playthrough. So you would definitely open this door, you would definitely come through here. You'd be like, alright, these platforms, I can make it through. Do some very skilled platforming. Shoot that blue gate, and we get a missile pack out of it. And then we have this giant gap. Oh no, it's very wide. We can't make it. We can't make it. We can't make it, actually. But it would break character for us to make it, because we do need to have the animals be important in this story, so... Let's just continue on here. We're now at the top of this green area, which we call Bubble Mountain, which is a pretty cool name for an area. And we don't want to go back down where we came, so our only option is to continue on. We have more of these crumble blocks, which we have to run across. Now that we did New Bridge, we know that we can run. And we're rewarded with the speed booster. So the speed booster is a really neat item in this game, but it says press and hold the Y button to run. All right, we already knew to do that because we got taught on New Bridge, but it tells us to hold the Y button to run, so we're gonna do it. And uh-oh, we're gonna die. I'm seriously gonna die here. Uh-oh, this is really bad. I'm gonna die. I accidentally hit down. We're gonna lose a lot of progress from that. We didn't save before Kraid. I think we saved right after getting the high jump boots. So, that's okay. We'll go a little bit faster this time. Oh no, we saved right here. Okay, this isn't bad at all. Alright, so let's use a little speedrunning tech, shall we? Okay, so we went all the way down and around and through all this stuff in order to get here. But what we're gonna do is... Shh, you didn't see that. You didn't see that. We don't know how to wall jump yet, guys. We have no idea how to wall jump. What's wall jumping? But you guys can see that this lava is brutal. And this game, you know, it's pretty unforgiving when you screw up. Like, we would have to go all the way back around. That would probably be a point when, if I was playing the first time, I would have been like, you know, I'll put the game down for a little bit. That was a good run, but we'll come back to it a bit later. Alright, so now let's not screw this up. We're not going to be overly dramatic. We're just going to press and hold the Y button to run. It's pretty simple. I mean, it gave us really simple instructions here, so... But now we're going mega fast. We're going so fast. And if we actually shot this door right, we can see that when we're in that speed booster state, we can even kill enemies, which is just great. Okay, so now we got the speed booster. So now I want to go break those speed booster blocks. We have that area we can get to, but again, we can't wall jump. We don't know what to do, so we're gonna have to leave that behind. So from our last trip through, we saw that we can go through that speed booster path from before by going this way. So we're going to do that. We can just break all of those blocks using speed. Alright, so what else does Speed Booster allow us to do? We haven't really experienced anything, but we needed to be fast to get through here, so let's be fast. Now Speed Booster allows us to get through. We see more hamburger blocks that we can't break yet. Those hamburgers, by the way, I'll spoil it, are power bombs, and we don't have them yet. So I just immediately defaulted to speed tech. So let's just do this game this the intended way. Come all the way up. Got a little door. This door takes us back through, and that room's pretty annoying, but what we really want is back here. And this gives us our first beam upgrade, the Ice Beam. So we have this blue freezy effect. We can freeze enemies now, which is really cool. So, come through. We can even freeze these guys. They can't even shoot us. Ah, okay. I see what we're doing here. That guy jumped even a little higher to allow us to get through. And that room teaches us that we can freeze enemies. This is the way out. We could do a little puzzling to figure that out, but it wouldn't have taken us that long. Okay, so now with this ability to freeze enemies, what can we do? Well, we can go up. And this allows us to break through the barrier that we had before. Or two barriers that we had before. That we couldn't go back through this way. And it also, another thing that will draw us back this way is that other high jump location that we couldn't have gotten to before. We're just up here. Bomb these out. And we're rewarded with the Spazer. So the Spazer makes our shot, first of all, not look like a pea shooter and actually look like a threatening weapon, which is kind of nice. It spreads our gun out so we get like 3 little shots instead of 1 big one. Go back this way. And now we can come back. And we're able to come back the way we came, and the Ice Beam is what allows us to do that. We can also continue to jump up here, which we couldn't do before. There's more freeze enemies. You would not do that easily the first time playing your game. I'm just let you know that. Oh, we have our first experience with Samus Eaters, the bane of all speedrunners. Doing some careful platforming. And we're immediately locked behind a yellow door, so we can't go back. So the game won't allow us to, cleverly limits our exploration here. Like, there's a lot of places we could go now that we have this ice beam, but if we go the way that makes the most sense, then we get stuck here. We get a missile door. And we can freeze these guys. Let's just keep them out of our way. And we get our first power bombs from up here. Definitely worth noting, we're 52 minutes into the game and we just got our first power bombs. And a little trick there. Really common thread in this game is when you get an item, just use it immediately. If you didn't know that, all you missed out on was a missile pack. Not a big deal, but kind of a tricky item. I didn't actually mean to get that missile pack, I just kind of reflexively did it, since I run this at 100%, so... Okay. Definitely an easy missile pack to get. These little caterpillars refill you on power bombs, make sure you're all good. And we can learn that power bombs open these doors back up. But I don't want to go the way I came, that's boring. So we're just going to keep progressing. Put those power bombs to use to get more. Again, if you missed that in the early part of the game, it would not be critical, but again, that one's pretty easy to figure out. I mean, if you come through this door, you gotta know there's something here. Use our ice beam. And we have an elevator up. Put those power bombs to use. We'll open this door for later. Again, if you have a little bit of forethought, that would be a sensible move. And we have another power bomb door. If we wanted to, we could also go back. And we have this running section, and we've made it full circle back to the ship after an hour, which is kind of cool. There's really nothing more to do here right now. Like, there actually is if we utilize our items properly, but... And if we somehow gotten here early, we couldn't have gotten through here without super missiles, so... Alright, so... Oh, darn. Okay. So, we can't make it through here. If we're really, really clever, we could take off our high jump boots, and then that would give us some more horizontal distance. Enough horizontal distance to go grab this missile pack. But then, we're still stuck. We can't make that jump. But there are those blocks on the ceiling, which we've seen before. So, we know we need to come back here, so we're just gonna take a mental note of that. If we're in 1994, we're probably physically drawing a map as part of this game, which is not something that most modern gamers have done. Now we're going fast. So our second trip through here, we can kind of take our pick. What I would do if I was playing this game is I would come this way, and I would come this way because that room was so much more pleasant with running in Speed Booster. I would come this way because I remember that there was a hamburger block that I couldn't have gotten before. Now these guys shred so much more easily the second time. Let's come back here. So I thought I remembered seeing that Kraid guy earlier. And his statue has been destroyed. So now we get the idea of the game. We actually need to kill all 4 of these bosses in order to progress. So that room's also much more pleasant with running in Speed Booster. So we kind of have to retrace our steps here a little bit. But we have a goal in mind. Our goal is to use these power bombs and go through the hamburgers that we couldn't before, and a couple of the other things we couldn't go through before. So if we remember, there was a little new bridge that we didn't know what to do with earlier because the game hadn't taught us yet. And also, it was blocked by these speed gates, which now we have the tools to get through both. So we're just going to hold down run, use the speed booster, and we're through here. We got a reserve tank. We have a little tunnel to go through. And we got a missile pack. Okay. Shooting around would teach us that we need to go that way. Oh, I forgot to turn the high jump boots back on. I was like, wait, we can't make that jump? Of course we can make the jump. We need the high jump boots. And we get super missiles. Okay, so this is really critical. This is only our second super missile pack. Our first super missile pack was behind the really slow boss Spore Spawn. So we were here a long time before we fought Spore Spawn. So if there was a way to hack that and get that super missile, we could skip a whole lot of stuff. And that is in fact what we do in the speedrun. So we remember that those blocks are crumble blocks from before. I'm gonna avoid a little debate here. So you're supposed to run through this room and fall. Oh, I did anyway. Oops. Okay, so back there is an energy tank and another set of super missiles, but we're gonna go ahead and skip that. Just in the interest of time. I guess it's gonna be a truly authentic playthrough. I didn't actually mean to fall in there, but... And then when you come down here, which you were gonna have to do anyway, you meet the Edicoons. Oh wait, hold on. I need to do this one more time. They play the item sound. And then they start doing this. Which we haven't done before, but oh my god, we can wall jump! And so the animals have taught us how to wall jump. That's why everyone loves them so darn much. We're rewarded with some more power bombs. I'm not going to go back for the super missile and the super missile and energy tank that were down there. Obviously, if you were playing through the first time, you would, because energy equals good. Alright. And then we're gonna just turn on our speed booster and we're gonna run through this room. We just hold run. Yeah, we kind of forgot that speed booster was there in the floor. But hey, you know, door back here. There's an energy power-up. It's gonna be really important in just a second, and we'll figure out why that is here. All right. So what is this guy doing? He's running? What did he just do? All right, let's watch that again. He ran fast, and then he ducked, and then he went really high up. Let's just, you know, one more time for old time's sake. He went fast like us, and then he jumped. Okay, so run, duck, jump. Now that's pretty cool. So we've just learned a new technique called the Shine Spark from another one of our animal friends. So let's put these techniques to good use. If we're really clever, we can learn how to wall jump here. Grab some extra missiles. We need some hamburgers. Now we got the big hoppers. These guys do not screw around. They deal a lot of damage. Alright, that requires a super missile. We got some more power bombs. So we're slowly building up an arsenal here. Like, we're not really going too far out of our way for it. Like, it's giving us what we need along the way. I seem to remember there being a yellow door over here, so let's go get that yellow door. Use that wall jump, and we can't do anything with that. Yeah, we would futilely try for a little while before giving up, but we can't get through that. So we have a little area up here that we couldn't access before. We can battle with these hoppers and they're dealing us a lot of damage. Again, we would see that requires... Oh, that requires normal bombs to get through. Get some power bombs. We see this requires power bombs. So, let's just do some stuff here. We have a little power bomb there. That reveals an energy tank in the ceiling that we can go grab. And then we see this little shaft here that we can jump up. So you have two ways about it. We can wall jump up this, but then we're blocked at the top. But if we use our friendly animal, up we go, and through. And I'm gonna skip this water section a little bit. Oh, well, actually, like, we can't get on. There's a bunch of water. We jumped. We got blocked. But again, if we were really, really clever, we could see that that missile gets stopped. So there is a way to get on there, but we'll go ahead and skip that room for later for the 100% run. We need a couple of items to deal with that room. It would be pretty clever to figure that out on your own. Not something you would presumably do in your first playthrough. And so we could go back up the elevator and get a couple of items that are pretty low-hanging fruit. But I wanna continue on here. I'm gonna bust out the missiles for these guys because they suck. Alright, so we have our ice beam, we have our speed booster, we have our high jump boots. And there's really nowhere for us to go. Oh, we can go here. And then there's more of these blocks which kind of block our path. If we were really, really, really clever, we could wall jump up here and brave the spikes. But we would get stuck at the other end, which, again, if we were really, really, really clever, we could freeze an enemy in the appropriate spot while on top of the spikes and taking damage to get to the other side of the room. But again, just trying to stick with, you know, what typically would be done here. But, like, that's the really cool thing about this game. My mic came unplugged, or my headphones came unplugged once again. The really cool thing about this game is that you could do that. You could go into that room, you could figure that out on your own. Like, and you would spend hours just exploring rooms and, like, trying to figure out creative ways to do things. And you would get lost, and you would get frustrated, and that was okay. That was part of the gameplay experience, is exploration. The entire Metroid and Zelda series are built around this aspect of exploration. So, after wandering a while, we would remember that there was another set of hamburger blocks that we missed when we came for this ice beam. We'll come all the way back, and we speed boosted, and these blocks were already marked as hamburger blocks, so they were very intentionally left there so we would remember to come back. That was mean. Hey, there were some missiles in the wall. Let's go get them. So we fall down. We can't really make it back up because we have these crumble blocks here, so only way to go is forward. So, again, we would not have gotten stuck there in that last room because we needed the speed booster to get the ice beam. We needed the ice beam to get the power bombs, and we needed the power bombs to get down there. So we couldn't have gotten down there without the speed booster. But even if we did manage to get through, you could use creative wall jumps and tricks to get back up. So, all right, we're just gonna continue to forge on ahead here. All right, we have everyone's favorite mini boss, Crocomire. battle with him. Just kind of fighting him here, shooting him in the mouth. And Crocomire fell into this very dangerous lava, which we want to jump in after him. Ow, 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 ow. Rewarded with an energy tank. Which is a pretty smart item to put there in case you really thought this was the way to go. So even if you did get stuck and had to slowly jump back in the lava, you wouldn't die from it. Ow. So we come this way, and then Crocomire breaks open this wall for us, despite being completely submerged in acid. We get a very gruesome scene here. Haunt the dreams of 10-year-old me if I was playing this game. Skeletal Crocomire breaking open that wall. Okay, so can't get up there. Maybe we can. Oh, we can make it. Hey, Gabby. A couple more power bombs. A little save point in there. Another room here. Rewarded with a missile pack. Just, continue to follow the path. So we can roll. Ow, 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 ow. Very painful lava, but we can't make this jump. We could try to wall jump, ow. But we still couldn't. So there are a couple of ways of doing this, but one of the ways is if you bomb this, you would see that you can power bomb here. And then this allows you to do this. Which is probably the neatest way of doing that. Another neat way would be to set up a bomb jump, so you could like jump off of one of your midair bombs, but then rewarded with the grappling beam. And so the game will then teach us how to use the grappling beam immediately. Now, grapple mechanics, if you're doing this game, are a pain. They are not terribly easy. They're not terribly intuitive. It does feel like grappling once you it does feel like rope swinging once you kind of get the hang of it. Like all you really have to do is hold the button down and swing back and forth. But like the way you exit the grapples is pretty difficult. We have this water we can swing across. Oh, we fell. And then we can tell the grapple beam actually like can kill enemies, which is pretty nice. I mean, you see that I'm struggling with this, and I've played this game about a billion times, so. Green gates we get through super missiles that takes us back to the top of this shaft. And now we just need to figure out what to do with this grapple beam. So there's a couple of places we can go, but the area that makes the most sense, well, we haven't been here yet, so actually we haven't been either place yet. So I'm gonna head up this way first. There's a save point here. Oh, and I need to grab something very important. We couldn't have made it out this way before, but now we can because we have the grapple beam. And we can grab this missile pack. And another green gate, which we can get through. So, importantly, we probably would have thought to do this earlier, but this gives us our map data for Norfair, this new area that we have found that we have access to. And having this map data would help quite a bit, or would have helped us quite a bit with what we learned to do. So, again, eventually in kind of wandering our way through the different areas, we would have found that. It's a yellow door we haven't opened yet, so we weren't really meant to have the map data of Norfair until we had power bombs. So on we go, back through this little fun area, called affectionately called Frog Speedway. Pretty self-descriptive there. So now we could go back around the way we came, or we could utilize our newfound items to do something new. So last time I hacked this. Using a wall jump. Now I can hack it using the ice beam. So we can shoot out the wall there, go a little bit further. We have this little annoying area. And we're rewarded with a reserve tank. Oh, I picked up a reserve tank earlier, but I didn't explain what they do. So reserve tanks are like, if you happen to die, if you lose all of your health, missile tank there, then a reserve tank will save you. If you see this little icon by my health that says auto, what that means is auto refill. So as soon as my health reaches 0, whatever energy I have in reserves will be used and keep me from dying. So reserve tanks, like in a casual playthrough, are like super good. They're like, wow, this will just constantly prevent me from dying. Okay, so I screwed up there. There were these grapple beam blocks that we could use, and then we would remember eventually that we had these grapple beam blocks to use. Which we would have come this way before if I hadn't died at the speed booster thing. And so we come this way. We could wall jump now. There's one way we could do that. Again, keeping you from getting stuck in that pit. And we have the wave beam. Alright, so what the wave beam does, which we'd find out through experimentation, just, you know, generally playing. I don't want to fall on that spikes again, so I'm going to use the grapple beam. And not even experimentation, the game teaches us that we can do it. It allows us to shoot through walls. Very nice feature. So now I want to answer the question of what's on the other side of that moat. There was that moat of water from before, and if I go to the map, oh, I can't go quite up there yet. But way, way back there in Criteria, at the very beginning of the game, there was that moat that I couldn't get across. And I want to see what's on the other side, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Oops. Got a lot of power bombs here. We're 26 right now? That's a lot. Now we're going to move a little bit faster through these rooms. So another thing we might do, which again would not be out of the question for us in our first playthrough, would be to come up here to Brinstar, and on our map we have this little icon. It says Meridia. It says down to Norfair, and it just says Meridia here. So we also have unique music here. One thing we could figure out is there's something up there. And if we tried to power bomb this, we have this new area. But oh my god, this is water everywhere. There's a door down there there's just a save point back there. But oh my god, this is an atrocity to control. How would I do this? I definitely don't want to go here. We're just gonna pretend we didn't see that. But even if we didn't know to do that, we could get back there. There's always another way. Again, this water is a real pain. Gonna freeze the enemies again. In fact, we're just gonna wall jump. We can do that now. You can see just the game's already teaching us to go faster, little by little. Oops. Can't prevent myself from being bad, though. Come back this way so we can get back to this moat. We've already been through this room, so let's make it a little bit more interesting. It was supposed to be faster, but I screwed it up, so... We'll come back to doing that in just a bit. Alright, so... Mystery of the Moat. Grapple Beam allows us to do that. So again, I've been emphasizing this quite a bit, but it's important to note, like, you would not like, in a normal playthrough, like your first playthrough, you would not linearly do all this stuff. Like, you wouldn't come straight back here. You'd wander around for a little bit and be like, oh yeah, there's that moat. Alright, so we can use this grapple beam to get across. We need the grapple beam to do all of this. Again, unless we were smart enough to figure out that we could turn off the high jump boots to get more horizontal distance, which again is not something you'd really think about. Little secret back here. That one, not out of the question that you would find it. A little hidden, but not too far into the question that you would find it. Again, just kind of, shooting using the wave beam. We wander our way here. What do we have here? Oh, a map station, but it doesn't work. So we do want that map station. Alright, so now we have our next boss. And if you came in here with 200 energy like I have right now, oh boy, you're gonna be hurting. Alright, so this guy is Phantoon. Okay, so shooting him didn't actually do anything. But shooting these flames gives us... So let's just try some missiles there. Now, Nintendo Power Magazine, back in 1994, very popular, would have told us that the best way to dispatch this guy was to use super missiles. I'm going to show off why that's a really bad idea. They said super missiles do the most damage to Phantoon, and in fact they do. But they also do this. They trigger this rage state, where he's just gonna sit here and launch these bullets at you until you die. Unless you're clever enough to know that you can pseudo-screw through them. This will kill you. If you're not pseudo-screwing through this will absolutely kill you and there's no dodging it. Unless you basically unless you already know what's going to happen, you're gonna get killed by that super missile. So thanks, Nintendo Power Magazine. Let's go back to our old strategy of just using regular missiles that seem to do okay. So this is me just, like, trying to fight normally without, doing any really, like, speed strategies or, like, analysis patterns or anything, like... And this is hard. Like, if I'm not jumping around these things, like, I'm getting hit for a lot. Like, I've already lost 100 health. And, he's taking a lot of damage. I'm down a lot of health. Like, this is getting ugly in a hurry. I'm missing him. I've used a lot of missiles, so he's going invisible. Like, I can't hit him right now. And with 41 health, we survive. And we've defeated our second boss in that golden statue room. Doesn't even give us that much health. We're down to 126. I want that map. And so we're in a new area called the Wreck Ship, and we see 2 exits to Criteria. We're gonna take a look at those. We can go through this door now. Get another super missile pack. That's really welcome at this point. Remember, we're still only on 15 super missiles. We're almost an hour and a half into this game. I'm going to take the save point because I know what's coming. If you didn't look up in your map and take the save point, then not good things were coming your way. We're about to enter what's called the Spiky Room of Death. It's got spikes, it's a room, it's got death. And this would be a bit of a challenge for us to get through, but we could. Really not that hard, just a little wall jump. And then, oh god, the spikes. These spikes deal 150 damage per hit, and can hit you twice sometimes. Sometimes they just double hit you for 300. One hit KO, bye-bye. Alright, so we're just, kind of following the natural path here. And we're rewarded with an energy tank. So this is what we would get for following the way that led to Crateria. Or Crateria off to the right. And we're still slogging through this water. Like, even just getting out of here is a challenge. Let's, continue to follow the path. And now we're going down through this water. It's just not a pleasant experience at all. I heard a door open. So we're kind of stuck here. Can't wall jump underwater. Maybe I can kind of like jump out here? That's no good either. So we gotta take the sky path here. Can't follow this water. This water is no good. But we can't reach there either. There's really no way up. So we're kind of stuck. We can't take this way through Crateria. Though we do hear the Crateria music playing. It's switched from the wreck ship music, so maybe if we check our map. Oh, that was a tight jump. We now see this area called Meridia appearing again, but we can't reach it. So now we probably figured out that there's going to be something to help us through the water, and that's going to be coming up pretty soon here. So, again, presumably you might not have even come that way. That would still be present. Oh god, spiky death room. Oh, ow, ow, ouch, oof, owie, my bones, ow. So we took almost 200 damage going through there. With the Varia suit, it does prevent a little bit of damage from the spikes. In things like Randomizer that I've played before on stream and other such things, you can possibly come in here with no Varia suit, and then those things do 150 damage per hit, which is mega oof. I don't want to deal with these guys. Hit him with that power bomb. This room is called the Attic, and you can only unlock everything here by killing all the enemies. The doors only unlock on any of the 4 sides by killing all of the enemies in this room. So we're just going to take a little meta knowledge here to make this faster. We're going to open this door first. Open that door, and open that door. So we would come this way. Got some robot action here. And we got a little missile pack. Alright, so we're also going to use a little meta knowledge in the next room as well. Guys in the way. Again, those key hunters deal a lot of damage, so we want to stay out of the way of those guys any way we can. So there's a door down here. Takes us back into the wreck ship. We're kind of rotating between the wreck ship and Criteria. We noticed two things. There's a reserve tank there, which is really nice, and also that we were able to get up to speed faster using that conveyor belt and the speed booster in combination, which is kind of nice. That'll come in handy in a minute. So if we're in this room, we notice that there's these little floating guys, and they can be frozen. They lead us to somewhere, but we're just gonna use our friends, the animals, to just go ahead and get that item right off the bat. That's called Missiles in the Sky. That's one of the meaner ones in terms of hidden items in this game. Got some missiles up here. Come back out. If you continued that path down the natural path, you would fall all the way back down and have to do the entire wreck ship again, so I decided not to do that. One of the meaner parts of the game that they put up. The wreck ship is not kind. Alright, so bunches of spikes, and we're locked out, so the only way ahead is with the grapple beam. The easiest way ahead with the grapple beam is to just kind of target up. And, you know, press forward as you go. And you'll just catch the next grapple beam block one at a time, so you don't really have to swing. I did not know that my first playthrough. I was spending a long time on those grapple strats. So this shows a statue, Teslas is worthy, and takes us to a little secret area in the wrecked ship. Again, if we were savvy with our map, we want to get back to where that reserve tank was, so we would come this way to get it. And then we could use our speed booster strategy to get this reserve tank. And using a little bit of combination of different texts that we've been learning as the game has progressed. All things the game has taught us. And then we come out at the end, and our final reward for getting to the wreck ship and beating Phantoon is the gravity suit. So let's go. We immediately fall down. This is one of my favorite things in the game, is that there's really no way to jump through that door. There's no good way. Like, to jump through that door and not fall in the water. If you weren't going full speed, you'd fall in the water. If you're going full speed, you fall in the water. If you're going full speed and jump, you fall in the water. All of that to show you that you're no longer impeded by the water because of the gravity suit. Pretty neat. Hey, there's something back here. There's an area of the map I haven't explored. Alright, neato. Some more missiles. We're now over 100 missiles. Good to know. And so now what I want to do is I want to go to that area called Meridia. In fact, I'm just going to go straight there because one thing I was thinking of doing was going to the ship. But wow, we're really fast. We can jump really high. This is great. We're just moving through the water like it's nothing. Ideally, with being that low on energy, you would go to the ship, but we're just gonna take our knowledge of knowing what's coming and presume we're gonna be able to live. So, again, if we didn't know that we could bomb that glass, which is something that is not necessary to learn in order to beat the entire game, where this gravity suit would take us is back here where there's more water. So back to this part of Crateria where the water was, and now we'll see that this part is just a ton easier. Just jump straight into the water, take the skyway, fall in, don't even care, just jump right back out. And nothing to end that path, but the gravity suit just makes it much easier to jump. Then we're gonna come this way. Some Kegos to refill your health. I'm not gonna take them, just take some time. And we have this section of the game. We're gonna take the gravity suit and take this water. Oh, that would have been too easy. Okay. So we have this crab maze, which is what I think this room is called, actually. Like, the speedrunners invented names for every single room in this game. I think this one is just called Crab Maze. And I'm going to give you a little secret. For the most part, there is almost no reason for a speedrunner to ever come here. Okay, so that gets us out. We have a power bomb blockage to get us through here. And a new elevator, which is going to take us down to Meridia. Which, if you're a linguist, you know by the name is going to be the water level. Get some nice mood music here. Oh, I want that. I want that door. It's a save point, which I will gladly take. So one thing you'll notice is that we have not picked up an item in a while. Since this gravity suit, you know, we came all the way through here. And we've just been not even like a missile since we got that gravity suit. Which is why there's not a whole lot of reason to come this way. This is the longest stretch of the game that has no available items. Oh, we accidentally fell into a sand pit. And we have a door that, you know, maybe we can call the enemies to get out. No, that doesn't work. Utilize that speed booster. Yeah, as long as we have enough space to run, we're basically invincible as long as we have that speed booster. We have this door that we can't get through. And this is the other side that we would have got through if we didn't fall down. So we have the wall jump way to get up, which I just showed you, but again, if you hadn't been to that secret area and learned where the Edecoons were and didn't know how to wall jump, you could just take the stairs. You can complete this entire game without ever wall jumping, which is crazy with how important wall jumping is to the speedrun. We go ahead and take this toilet all the way down. We can go any which way from here. I'm choose to go right. We have this area, which we're now impeded again by this sand. Coarse, irritating, gets everywhere. So, not something you would likely do until a bit later, but I did want to go ahead and give a shout out to our friend Shaq Tool here. Great buddy of all speedrunners. There's no way through this densely packed sand except to wait for him to destroy it, so... We don't want to damage Shaq Tool too much. But that large shaft, if we didn't know how to wall jump, we wouldn't be able to get up. But there would be a way to get through this later. Again, I'm just taking a little bit of meta knowledge and grabbing this item now, since it's not even really an essential item. I just wanted to kind of show off the intended way to get here. So you come down through this shaft. Again, this is all water. You need the gravity suit to do any of this. And you're rewarded with the spring ball, which is easily the most disappointing of all of the items in Super Metroid. It just allows you to jump in ball form, which again is taught to you immediately by having you exit that way from that room. So that sand, you know, we got finished with the water, but we're not quite out of the woods yet. Like, make little platforms out of these guys. Ugh. We thought we were done slogging through the water when we got the gravity suit. We were wrong. We see crabs coming from down there, which is telling us that there's something down there, but let's, you know, just continue this way just because. And we're stuck by a green gate. We can't go that way. We continue to explore. And there's our map station. Okay. So now it connects Brinstar with Meridia. So this is how we would figure out to do the power bombing that we would need to do next, the power bombing of that tube, because this is the only way out right now. Just freeze everything. Take the green gate, and we're back to Brinstar. Alright, I guess let's do it this way. So over here, we're in Brinstar. Okay, we see that Meridia is over there. If we take one step over, we're in Meridia, and it shows us that we can go up and down right here. And this is how we would figure out to power bomb this out. Alright, so here we go. Meridia. So this takes us back the way we came. We don't want to go back that way. We want to explore something new. Alright, so let's go this way. We can't reach up here. There's another way through. If we knew how to wall jump, we could. And we're gonna see what's down there either way, so it's not really a big deal. We come this way. Oh, let's just bomb that up. Well, that didn't work. So one of the items that we could have gotten using our grapple beam that we didn't is called the X-ray scope, which is something that we will get when we leave Meridia. And the X-ray scope would actually tells us what blocks are in each place. Okay. So we kind of got stuck down here, but there's a lot to explore. Let's just continue this way. This new area. Little secret here. Use wall jumps to get up this way. But the intended way to do this is to use Mama Turtle, who gets really angry if you mess with her babies. So you shoot them, Mama Turtle tries to kill you, and then you can jump off and go grab this energy tank. Using some really creative grappling. Use that speed booster to get out. So we're gonna do some more grapples. Use this mini Phantoon creature. In order to swing up there. Alright, I told you grapple mechanics were pretty tough in this game. There we go. Not quite. Okay. Imagine doing this on your first playthrough. Little spinorama there. Use high jump boots to grapple that. And we're through. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and go up. Let's take the traditional way. Alright, so there's nothing here. Get back out. Just keep exploring. Nice, chill Meridian music continues. Oh, we can spring ball. Look at that. Spring ball coming in handy. First time we've used it since we got it. Use some exploration here. We got a little arsenal here. way out. Again, no wall jumping required. You see they left little stepping stones for you. And so this is the way we need to go next. We could tell that by looking at the Meridian map. These areas were connected. On the way through here is using a power bomb. And then this large area that we're coming out from is called Aqueduct. There's a lot of things connected to Aqueduct. One of the neat ones, which we could learn by using the X-ray scope on some of these blocks or doing that, is that these are speed booster blocks, so we can speed boost our way through them. Grabbing another small arsenal. We're up there on the super missile count now. I think we're up to like 25. More crumble blocks. Can't exactly go that way. So, what we can do is grapple the walls. Some sweet grapple mechanics there. Oh no, we fell. If we didn't want to take the risk, we could just kind of inch our way out and do it that way. And now we have our first experience with Metroids. These are actually bioengineered from the previous Metroid. We see that they're quite a bit weaker. You see, those are crumble blocks that we can't get our way through, but those are speed booster blocks, so we just need to make a nice path for us to run through. And now we're at another mini-boss. This guy goes by the name of Batwoon. He has a miserable... He's really hard to hit. Like, you can only hit him in the face. And his neck folds of scales or whatever really like to absorb stray hits. So, that's Batwoon. That allows us to progress. And we've got an energy tank up here. We'll go ahead and grab. We can kind of bomb our way through this. Those blocks down there are speed booster blocks, which is the easier way through this room. But again, we may or may not know that. Either way would give us access. So those are bioengineered Metroids. They are not real Metroids, and they go down a lot easier than real Metroids. So right now we have this room, which is called Coliseum because of all the Metroids you need to fight to get through here. And do some wall jumps, some grapple beams to get out. kind of follow the path here. And we get the precious missiles, which are there. Again, we had a little dot telling us they were there. Not that hard to figure out. And now we are on to our next boss. You can shoot these pieces off the walls. Alright, so we're just going to use missiles here. We're kind of conditioned to using missiles now, like on these bosses. So she kind of grabbed us there. Don't want that to happen. And Dragon's kind of tough. She's kind of doing these raid attacks on us, and they're really hitting us for a lot. Alright, so we got Dragon. Dragon's down. We used about 80 missiles on that fight, so like that's a lot of missiles. And then your reward for Dragon is the space jump. So now we're going places. Space jump was not a thing. I think it was in Samus 2 on the Game Boy. And space jump allows you to jump again in the air, which actually you need to get out of this room because you can't jump that high. You could wall jump if you remember how to do that, but the intended way is just use the space jump to get out. Alright, so they set up this really difficult grappling challenge, which just becomes extremely trivial once you have the space jump to just jump all the way across the room. They set up this area to go through, which has this nice glowing door. We'll just powerbomb these guys out. If you used a bunch of super missiles on Dragon, which is very likely your first time playing, each of these guys has a 100% super missile drop rate that would refill all of your super missiles. Again, very nice intentional design by the developers. And we're back here. This is the door we couldn't get through before. So if we consult our Meridian map and figure out where to go, there's this other area up here that we couldn't get to before either. So let's just do that. Can use the space jump to get up here where we couldn't before. There's a hidden door here. We use our ice beam and our space jump to climb this shaft pretty easily. We have those like fat globule enemies, I don't know what those are. And then we have these pink pirates that we couldn't deal with, but we're gifted the plasma beam. So the plasma beam replaces the spacer and is just shreds enemies. Now, you don't need the plasma beam to beat the game. You really don't, but again, if you're exploring, you're pretty likely to find it, I'd imagine. See, I found the plasma beam on my first playthrough, but I also had the assistance of watching my friend play through the game once the first time, like kind of, I wasn't like keyed in watching it, but like I kind of got to see some areas. So it's a little bit difficult for me to place where you would like what you would do and what you wouldn't do on a blind playthrough. Because my playthrough wasn't 100% blind. It was like 50% blind. Like I'd seen the areas, but I wasn't really paying attention to like how to get through them or which area is connected to which or anything. So like I didn't even know how to run. So I mean, I consider that first playthrough to be mostly blind. Though there are some things that I probably had access to knowing that if it was a completely blind playthrough, I probably wouldn't have known. Alright, so we're back here. And now we have the space jump, we have the gravity suit. Really all that's left is one area that we couldn't get to before. Like if we come down here to Norfair and we take a look at our map, there's this large blue area, a lot of which would have been filled in. Like the upper part of this blue area would have been filled in the first time we came around in order to get the speed booster, which is in that upper right corner. But that downward area down here, we still haven't been to yet. And we're gonna go ahead and go that way now that we have our space jump and our gravity suit, which locks us out of the area called Lower Norfair. Well, I mean, listen, it's still called Norfair. It's just lower. So we need a way to separate the areas of Norfair. So we call the area that we're currently in Upper Norfair, and the area that we're going to Lower Norfair. I'm definitely going to want to take a save point before going to Lower Norfair. There's a lot that can go wrong there. So again, we might wander around a bit before coming here, you know, just trying to figure out what to do. But there is this power bomb door that we left behind. We didn't have power bombs the last time we were here, which would be our tip-off that we still need to go here. And then this area, we could not progress because there's spikes along this wall. We can't wall jump. We could freeze these enemies. Maybe wall jump off that guy. It's pretty hard though. Like, I'm struggling with it. I got hit by the spikes again. But our space jump is what allows us to get through here. So we needed to beat Dragon and Phantoon. So we needed to beat Phantoon to get the gravity suit. We needed to beat Dragon to get the space jump, all in order to come here. So the intended order of these bosses was Kraid, and then Phantoon, and then Dragon, and then the final boss here has been well foreshadowed. This is going to be our fight with Ridley. And we're still trying to find the Metroid larva. So we're off to find Ridley. I'm going to correctly choose the developer's path of going left here. Right kind of leads us down this maze that doesn't really help us out. We see something back here to bomb. So we'll bomb it, get another Chozo statue. This one, like the bowling statue, activates when we crouch into it and drains all the lava from the room. Strangely, that statue only activates if you have the space jump. The game did not want you to come here without the space jump. Alright, so we're gonna go get those missiles. Oh no, we fell. Alright, so this is like Bomb Torizo 2.0. Probably gonna be a pushover like Bomb Torizo 2, right? He catches your super missiles and throws them at you. He can't even be hit by regular missiles. Okay, this guy's no joke. He's spitting fire, he's shooting energy blasts. We're taking loads of damage here. Alright, but Plasma Beam gets him. If you didn't have the Plasma Beam before that, you were going to be in some serious trouble. That was going to take you a very, very long time. Right, so using our Plasma Beam, we did see that there were... Or I guess our Wave Beam, we did see that there were super missiles up there, so we'll go ahead and grab those. Nice little pickup. And then we're going to be rewarded with the broken item, the Screw Attack. Alright, and the Screw Attack is what allows us to get through this room, because it allows us to break the platforms. In fact, the Screw Attack allows us to break darn near everything. Nice little energy refill here. Which we need because, you know, we were at 900 health, and we still lost over half our health in that fight. Which is pretty crazy. Screw Attack just absolutely shreds everything. Such a ridiculously good item. Screw Attack through these blocks. We could powerbomb those blocks too if we didn't get the Screw Attack. This is affectionately known by speedrunners as the worst room in the game for many, many reasons. But the game intends you to have the Screw Attack so you can break through here. Doing a wall, if you didn't have the Screw Attack, doing a wall jump off these walls is darn near impossible. Even if you bomb this out, you can't get through it without the space jump, without some very, very precise wall jumps. So there's that. We have a hole in the roof. I'm going to use some meta knowledge here, but I will show off why it's mean. You just got the Screw Attack. The Screw Attack will fall straight through this floor. Because the Screw Attack will automatically destroy any bomb blocks. And if you step on these blocks, they will immediately crumble and send you back to the beginning of Lower Norfair. So I'm just going to use my meta knowledge to come back out this way. Now we're going to come to the amphitheater. This big room with the rising lava. This room can be really nasty in your first playthrough. The lava rises really fast. Even with the Varia suit, this lava does a lot of damage. You can see I'm also taking a lot of damage from these pirates, but they do die in one hit to the Screw Attack, as does basically everything in the entire game. So we need to go down to get to the boss. This would be a little bit difficult to figure out if you didn't know it was here. And now, probably the single hardest regular enemy in the game, the Red Key Hunters. Even with Varia and Gravity Suit, these guys still do 50 damage a pop. Also die in one hit to Screw Attack, but that's a different story. So we use the Spring Ball here, continue to progress. Get some power bombs. Hamburger blocks we can kill with the power bombs. And now we have another mini boss, the Metal Pirates. These guys are a pain. They can only be hit when they're gold. So you kind of just have to like bait them into doing that jump kick attack and then snipe them. 2 fully charged plasma shots is the trick. If you didn't have plasma, that would be a lot tougher. Just kind of go across this room using the screw attack. And then we're off to fight Ridley. Alright, so we're just gonna unload our... This is like presumed to be the final boss of the game, because he's guarding the Metroid larva, so we are just gonna unload our whole arsenal into him. So remember, he made mincemeat out of us the first time we fought him on Sarah's station, but we had 100 energy then. We've gotten a lot stronger, so this should be a lot easier, right? We can jump infinitely, we've got this screw attack, which doesn't damage him. Alright, so we're just gonna keep up the assault here. You see, like, I know Ridley's attack patterns, like, and we're still taking quite a pounding here. Oh, so we're out of ammo, and we finally got Ridley. We cleared out every single last bit of ammo that we had. The reward, and that's not good. There's our Metroid larva, and it is gone. So we've now done everything. We've beaten all 4 of the statue bosses. So we're just gonna go to the statue. We're gonna go to that statue room. We're gonna see what happens. I love the scenery in Lower Norfair. Like the Chozo statues in the background. You get this sense that there's like this deep hidden area, and like Ridley takes this up as his lair. Like, oh, this entire area is so sweet. The music. I'm just gonna shut up and let you guys listen to this music for the next little while. Great soundtrack. I'm just gonna loot now that I've gotten an item. Probably, I mean, of all of the great soundtracks in this game, this one just takes the cake. It's so good. Like, it just really gets your heart pounding for the, you know, a lot of intense, grueling fighting in here. You see the preview of those power bombs, which we then want to go get, and we can figure out how to get those without that much trouble. Spring ball helps a lot here. I don't think you need the spring ball for this, but like, it makes it a ton easier getting through that little maze. Getting even more power bombs, so like, again, you know, like, we wouldn't pass up that item if we could find a way to get over there, we would certainly try. Crawl through this area. Take care of these key hunters with the screw attack, and at this point, we're about as decked out as we can get. Like, we've got all the beams, we've got all the items, we've got some reserve tanks, like, things are going pretty well. So now all we need to do is get to that statue room. So what we're going to take advantage of here is knowing that whatever is behind that statue is going to be pretty nasty. We're going to go to our ship and we're going to save. We're go that way. Again, using a little meta knowledge of paths that are quicker. Like, going through that top path is much less quick than going through the Frog Speedway. Space jump this corridor now, making it a little quicker. So a couple of different ways we can take. I was going to go up through Meridia, but I did realize that we left the X-ray scope behind, so we're going to go ahead and grab that. We realistically probably could have grabbed that at some point during our exploration with the grapple beam, but I kind of forgot, if I'm being honest. So the quickest way back up to our ship would be through Meridia. Now we have the space jump that's just going super quick. So this is where we would get that X-ray scope. I think I forgot it because we already started to come in here, but I kind of forgot. So space jump makes this entire room just a complete joke. But we would have to use a little bit of grapple skill to get all the way across this very long chamber. And we get the X-ray scope, which we'll see what that does in just a minute. In fact, I think the X-ray scope is how they intend you to get out of this room. So you can kind of see the whole path they intend you to take by using that X-ray scope. And if you had the X-ray scope after you had the grapple beam, you could see how that would be really useful to help you get through all of this and some of the, you know, the trickier parts of Meridia too. Like that speed booster block that seemed to just kind of like randomly be there. Right, so we'll grapple to get back since I screwed up the space jump. You could see that some of the areas by Mama Turtle were fake. So the X-ray scope is a really nice item when you're coming through this game the first time. It really helps with your exploration. It's really unique in that, like, your first playthrough, it's amazing because it's like showing you where everything is and all the secrets. And then once you actually know where every item is, it's completely and entirely worthless. Except for some pretty niche speedrunning strats. Oops. So even with space jump, getting through that isn't the easiest. So there's one more reason that I do want to go up to the ship, which we're going to show off in a minute here. Oh, this soundtrack is fantastic too. I could sit here and listen to this all day, but definitely one of my favorites from the game. Coming back this way. Come back to the ship, and going back to the ship gives us a save point and restores all of our missiles, super missiles, and power bombs. So we got 135 missiles, 3 reserve tanks, a bunch of energy. We're doing pretty good. We can do even better though. So one of the things we notice if we look at the criteria map is there's all this area above the ship, and if we use the space jump to get up there, we've got some secrets. We have even more power bombs. So we've gotten almost... In fact, we're going to end up with every power bomb pack in the game. There are 50 power bombs in the game, and we're going to get our next one right here in just a minute. And if you're really, really astute and you just did a nice big running jump off of this, you would fall right into a secret, which takes you to Gauntlet, which is kind of the final area of the game. You were obviously, very, very obviously intended to come here with the space jump. Oh no, we missed one set of power bombs. We're with another energy tank. So we're going to end up with all but 3 energy tanks. So we fall down these crumble blocks, and we end up only being able to get one of these missiles, and then we'd have to go all the way back around for if we wanted the other missile. Really easy strat for that is you can just fall straight down the middle and then hit all the crumble blocks at the same time, and then just get both of those missiles at the same time. We're not going to bother doing that though. And conveniently, Gauntlet, if we found it, puts us right here at the end of the game, which is kind of cool. Like, they hid that area that realistically you'd only find using the screw attack and the space jump. They hit it right at the beginning of the game for you to find, to give you a final energy tank to take you right to the end of the game. That's like, there's just so many little tiny details like that that just like are so thoughtful of the developers. Like, they required so much planning to put in. So now that we've destroyed all the statues, this is going to fall into the ground. We're locked out. We have to watch this whole sequence. And we have one final elevator to our final area of the map called Torian. Now, I'm going to blaze through this area because I hate this area. Well, I mean, blaze through by my standards, not by like actual speedrunning standards. So these Metroids are only killable by freezing, by using the ice beam in concert with missiles or super missiles. They can also be killed with 3 power bombs if you somehow didn't have the ice beam. But as you saw, on a typical playthrough, you would need the ice beam to progress, so you would have the ice beam before coming here. I'm going to immediately just use the speedrun strategy for this room too, which is a grouping strategy. Just try to group all the guys in one place, and then one super missile takes them all out. Okay, so now we're in the home stretch. Here we go. there's another big Chorizo that was intended to be a boss. Like, if we came to the end of that room, this was intended to be a boss. There's like a locked door that only unlocks when you beat that big Chorizo guy, and he's dead already. So bad stuff is coming. We see this very weak and large hopper. Oh, and it's the big boy. The baby Metroid has grown to enormous size, and it is feeding on everything, including us. And we can't get out. Then it remembers. It remembers that Samus is the mama, and it lets Samus go. So we need to continue to progress. So how could all of these things happen? We thought that, you know, Ridley was kind of the main operator here, but it appears not. And if we had played the original Metroid, we would very much know what was coming here. That whole entire Metroid area would look extremely familiar, and we would know that we were about to face down with Mother Brain. Alright, so much like in the first game, we have these columns that we need to defeat that regenerate. They're gonna eat up our ammo to make it more difficult for us to actually beat Mother Brain. You see how quickly it's shredding through our missiles just trying to get through this. And then, just like in the other game, it's really easy to take a lot of damage here. Just gonna unload on Mother Brain as much as we can, just manipulating these Rinkas so that we don't get hit. And we're done. Mother Brain defeated just like before. But she still has a hitbox. That's not good. Now this whole Mother Brain sequence gave me, I played this game for the first time when I was like 20 years old. Mother Brain is just terrifying here. We're gonna continue with the strategy that's known to work on here. It's just unloading our entire arsenal. Every missile we have. I'm gonna switch over to super missiles. She hits us with a big beam there. She's still fighting. We gave her everything we had. Alright, so this can't be good. We'll dodge. Oh! So we got leveled. Alright, so we're gonna continue the fight here. Oh no, she's gonna do it again. Okay, we need to dodge this one. Oh, okay, no, we didn't dodge that one either. And now we're trying to stand up, but we can't. We're just continually being knocked down. That rainbow beam just completely obliterated us. One thing that we didn't get to see since we used all our ammo is that, I guess we could see it on our power bombs, it also destroyed all of our ammo. So we're completely at her mercy, and the baby comes in to save us. So this fight is pretty terrifying. From oh my god, look at what is going on with Mother Brain here. Dripping acid, shooting bombs, lasers, giant fire blasts that deal hundreds of damage. Rainbow death beams that are undodgeable. And just look at, that's terrifying. like, Mother Brain is, like, really scary. And then the baby, you know, drains the health from Mother Brain and saves us by restoring our health. But unfortunately, at the cost of its own life. If you're in chat, get your Bible thumbs out. But imparting the last of its energy to us, our beam is now the Hyper Beam. We can use Mother Brain's Rainbow Beam back against her. And we are donezo. And then we know what's coming. It happened in Metroid 1, it happened in Metroid 2. We're gonna need to escape before the time runs out. We have 3 minutes to get out. Alright, so I'm gonna just kind of follow the path here. Only one way to go. We'll go where the guards are. This part's a little maze-like. There's some more guards up there, so we need to go up. And you know, this is just like utter bedlam if you're doing it for the first time. And this is, you know, tense. Like, you don't know if you're gonna make it out. You keep going the wrong way. There's a lot of mazes. We have to come back up the climb, and there's lava this time. But unfortunately, we have the space jump, which makes this a little bit easier. Everything's shaking, the planet's being destroyed. But we have one last stop to make. Our ship is right there, but there are some friends who need our help. Get out, friends. You help me wall jump and shine spark. Samus showing her true heroism. I did not know those were there the first time, and I would have let those suckers die, but I wouldn't have even known that I was doing it. And that's it. That is Super Metroid. Roughly as intended, in a time of 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 6 seconds. Oh, and if you were paying attention, when the planet exploded, there was a little pixel that escaped that showed that the animals made it out okay. So, despite the fact that the planet exploded, we lost the Metroid, and everything happened. We're going to go ahead and say that the operation was completed successfully. I'm not sure what Samus's definition of success was. And we see that despite the fact that our completion time was 2 hours and 41 minutes of real time, it gave us 1 hour and 54 minutes of in-game completion time. So, very, very off. That in-game completion time, though, is really what set this game off to be a speed game. People wanted to see how low they could push that. Like, they were like, okay, well, it tells me how quickly I beat the game, so, you know, maybe I beat it in an hour and 30 minutes the first time. Maybe if I beat it again, I can beat it in under an hour and 30 minutes in game time. Maybe under an hour and 20, an hour and 15. You just keep pushing it lower and lower and lower and make it into a competition. And, you know, that's kind of what led to the dawn of speedrunning, and kind of this is like the pinnacle speed game. Now, another one that pushed it, GoldenEye definitely pushed the speedrunning, because they actually made you speedrun levels in order to unlock things. Like, you had to, in order to get the God mode cheat, or to unlock paintball mode where all your bullets turn into paintballs, you had to beat certain levels in a certain time threshold in order to get that done, and it would give you a target time to beat at the end. So, like, whereas this game didn't directly send you on a speedrun, GoldenEye did, but like, anytime you put, you know, a metric to beat, people are going to want to beat it. And they'll do that again here in just a second as the end credits play. I called it a little bit early. It's been a while since I've watched the entire credits. Gunpei Yokoi, thank you, my friend, for this game. Dear Force! It's kind of a tradition. And we also have the grand surprise that Samus is female. Again, that as a surprise of the first 3 games. They didn't have female leads back then, or female characters. Certainly not badass females like Samus. And I had a rate of collecting items of 73%. So I missed 27% of the items in the game. You know, like, I was going pretty fast, but I felt like I was pretty thorough. Where could I have missed things? So, that is the end of Super Metroid. I hope you all enjoyed. Watching the first part of this stream. So for the next part, I think I am going to show off some speedrun strats. I wanted to do another 100% run, and after like intentionally throttling myself to go slower to show off the game, I really do want to run the game. It's been so long since I've actually completed a 100% speedrun of this game. I don't even remember or know the route now, like how the route has developed over time, but you know, I can try. Like, I can try to go a little fast and show off some things that are important. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab a little bit of food. And I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. So let me just put up a message here. All right, so I'm gonna go get myself a little bit of food, and then we're gonna take a look at how to break this game open using some speedrunning strategies. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Alright, so we're back. Let's get to some speed strats. Alright, so the strategies we're going to show off how to do the mock ball. We're going to show off how to do the moonfall. We're going to show how to do down grabs, I think is what they're called. We're going to look at CWJ. We might use CWJ, we might not. But mock ball is going to be the big important one. So I'm going to load up a practice version of the game that allows us to just teleport where we want to go and skip all the unimportant stuff. Set our buttons again. And this time we're going to go into special settings and we're going to go ahead and turn moonwalk on. Just make sure our controller is the way it should be. Alright.
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Alright, so we can go super fast through this. I'm certain there's a way to skip this. We're just gonna do it this way, since we're this far through it. Okay. Alright, so we'll throw it on speed. So we're gonna teleport to Criteria Parlor. We'll look at a couple of things here. Maybe it won't let us do that? Okay, well this will give us a chance to look at the very beginning of the game. First of all, knowing where the platforms are makes this all go a lot faster, as does the ability to run. Again, I'm not a great speedrunner of this game, by any stretch. I wouldn't even consider myself a good speedrunner of this game. I just know some speed strategies. So, first speed strategy here is to know that Ridley... you don't actually have to fight Ridley here. All he does is check for your health. So you want to get damaged by the most damaging part of him, which is the tail, as quickly as possible so that you get into critical health, which is below 30. And that'll trigger the end sequence. Right, so one of the things I'm going to be doing here is called arm pumping, which is only for like the actual best speedrunners of this game to do. very skilled, you know when the steam blasts are coming, you can avoid them. But what arm pumping does is every time Samus moves her arms up and down, she advances forward by up or down. She advances forward by 1 pixel. It was a much better time than last time. So if you continually move her arms up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and you never screw it up, like actually that motion never cause you to slow down, you gain like fractions of a second every single time you do it. It's, you know, it's pretty, one of the things that's neat about it is it's pretty fun to do. Like, if doing your arm pumping screws you up even once, at any point during the run, you've lost all the time that you made up by arm pumping. But it's fun to look at, so people tend to do it. All right, so we're here. So now let's just grab a quick save. So that this is in our save file for this game. Okay, so I was gonna teleport to Criteria Parlor, but we can just kind of like go there. Shooting the doors at good angle is important. Oh, so one thing I forgot is we did enable moonwalk for this, which means that if we're shooting and we move backwards, we will moonwalk. Kind of like just an auxiliary feature. Makes movement really nice. There's a couple of things about it that are going to help us in a little bit here. One of the neat things about moonwalk is it moves you back really slowly, so it makes it really easy to set up frame-perfect tricks, or pixel-perfect tricks. Like, I can just advance 1 pixel at a time down this whole thing. Which is kind of nice. We'll look at that in a little bit. One of the things that we can do with a moonwalk is called a moonfall, where you can trick the game into not capping your movement speed by doing that. Which I fell very, very fast there compared to what normal would be. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Let's come here and grab the morph ball, and then we'll be able to immediately look at the trick called mock ball, which is a critically important trick for the speedrun. A little bit of arm pumping there. We're going to show off the mock ball in this room off to the right. Because it's a nice wide room. And there's a lot of space. And there's a chamber that we can ball underneath. Okay, so if we go into ball form and we roll, I want you to note the speed that we have. This is as fast as we can go in the ball, okay? And if we jump in the air and go into a ball, we bounce, and then we're going that same speed. There's really no way to prevent that from happening, okay? But if we go into ball form at the same time we hit the ground so that we don't bounce, we went a lot faster. Again, let's just compare how long it took us to get from there to there, and then with the mock ball. Much, much faster. In fact, we retain our full running speed if we complete the mock ball properly. And all it takes, see, we messed it up that time. All it takes is to go into ball form before we hit the ground. If we do it too early before we hit the ground, we bounce and then it doesn't work. But we need to morph into the ground And if we do that, we maintain our full running speed. Now, where that is especially useful is we saw those, in the regular run, we saw those gates that require the speed booster. With the mock ball, because we can't get through those gates at normal running speed, but because of the mock ball, we're lower to the ground, so if we go at running speed while in the ball form, we can slide under those gates before they close, and we can sequence break the speed booster, meaning that we can go somewhere that we shouldn't be. A sequence break in speedrunning is going somewhere where you shouldn't be allowed to go with your current item set. We can do that very, very early on to break super missiles. Now, if you also remember the speedrun, that our first super missiles were from the boss Spore Spawn, which means that we can then skip Spore Spawn entirely. That very long fight never happens. In almost every... In fact, in every speedrunning category in Super Metroid, you never fight Spore Spawn, except in what's called Spore Spawn RTA, where the entire point of the run is to get to and beat Spore Spawn as quickly as possible. In every other category that's not Spore Spawn RTA, no one ever fights Spore Spawn, because he's slow, and you don't need to fight him in order to get his missiles. Like, we're going to beat the game with 100% completion, and we're still not going to fight Spore Spawn, because we're going to find another way to skip behind him and get his missiles. So Mock Ball is the big breaker that allows us to do that. So I'm going to explore Moonfall one more time since we're here. This is probably the most useful point for Moonfall. Elevators are hard. Elevators are a hard part of the speedrun. For whatever reason, the elevators are programmed to not grab you very well. Alright, so here's the climb. You can generally tell how good a Super Metroid speedrunner is, or how practiced they are, by how well they do this particular thing. Because it's a lot of consecutive wall jumps with really precise timing. And you see, if you screw it up, you fall a whole bunch and lose a whole bunch of time. So what I want to be doing here is firing up and then chasing my shot so that it kills that guy. And then if I was paying attention, I would know that it was at the top. Oh, and this is also a perfect opportunity to display the down grab. So, if you notice when I'm doing this climb, if I'm trying to climb onto a platform, like let's just climb this normal for a minute, I have to round off my jump over the top of the platform before I'll land. Okay, like you'll see Samus kind of arc over the top of the platform before landing. What you can do with a down grab is a down grab allows shrinks Samus's hitbox. So when Samus is pointing down, you can see her hitbox is smaller. So she can get to areas that she normally wouldn't be able to. First of all, is one of the uses of it. So if I feel like I should be able to down grab that. See, like if I jump and push forward, I'm not making that jump. Never ever. But if I hold down, I can grab the platform. One of the goals, if you're very, very good at Super Metroid speedrunning, is you want to do that every time you land on a platform. So if I'm trying to climb up these platforms, I can climb up like this. But that's slow. What I want to be doing is that for each platform. Pointing Samus's arm down so that I grab each platform. But if you try to play with fire and you screw it up, then you fall. And we can kind of see that here in Parlor. Just a couple of those speedrun strategies combined. Oh, another neat speedrun strategy here. Like, a lot of them are kind of like right at the beginning of the game, which is kind of cool. We saw I got the bombs. Normally, you need the bombs in order to get out of here, but you can do a technique called Escape from Alcatraz, where you come out this way. Oh, having a little trouble with that last jump. And you can kind of morph out, which is a really, really fun strategy to play with in practice. Alright, so I'm going to show off Moonfall here again. Let me do a quick save state. Alright, so watch my normal falling speed. If I just fall down this shaft and shoot down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It takes me 7 seconds to get from top to bottom. If I just load that state and then we moonwalk and then jump off the back of the platform. Oops, I got caught by the ledge. Let me try again. One, two, three. I actually fell so fast that I fell through the platform that I landed on. So I fell, like, this is the platform I landed on last time. I fell all the way through to being down here, and I did it in half the time. So with Moonfall, what happens is it doesn't put a cap on your vertical falling speed. Like, normally like Samus will reach terminal velocity, and then her speed will stop. So what Moonfall does is it underflows her speed so that it just continues to go down. Like, her negative speed just goes down and down and down and down and down, and she continues to accelerate all the way through her fall, which is a pretty neat strategy. It's kind of niche in that it's only used a couple of times. One of the times that it's used is right in the beginning of the run, and then one of the other times it's used is right at the end as well. So I'm going to try to show off some of those grabs. So you can see me utilizing those grabs as I go down, or as I make any kind of climb, to make the process a little bit faster. So I don't have to round up my jumps. I can kind of just grab the platform with those down movements. Okay, so next couple of things to show off. One thing we never actually did in our speedrun, I just set my equipment to 100%, so I now have everything in the entire game, is we showed that we could shine spark, meaning we could run and then jump, and then we go straight up while losing energy and break through blocks. What we didn't show off is that you can do that in any direction. So if you hit a diagonal button, then you go in that diagonal direction. If you hit forward, you go forward. So, like, let's try to show that to break all these blocks. So you trigger the shine spark by hitting the jump button, and then you immediately hit the direction that you want to hit. There's like a little bit of delay to it. You can also do it in the air. So if you're charging a shine spark and you're in the air, you hit up, and then the direction you want, and then jump in the direction you want to go, and it will trigger the shine spark. So, like, if we want to shine spark off to the right in midair, we go up, over. A little bit difficult to see. I'll try to do it over top of the ship so you can see it a little bit better. Oops, I went the wrong direction. Again, it's been a while since I've done this, so I'm not too up on this strategy. I went a little too high over the ship, so you couldn't see when I started the spark. There you go. It's a little bit clearer. You can see where our energy is getting drained pretty consistently here. But those directional sparks can save a lot of time. Another thing that we're going to be doing in this run is we're going to be using a couple of techniques to skip this mode. So in 100%, since we're getting all the items, probably the common strategy to skip this mode is to just charge up a Shine Spark. Let's try again. Oh, we went too fast. Skip the door. Oh man. Oh, we hit that guy. Alright, let's try again. Alright, so... This is not looking well for when we actually have to do real speedrun strategies in real time. We'll charge up a Shine Spark, cross the move that way. And then the other thing that we can do is we can see here we have the problem that even if we hold down run, we are not able to Shine Spark. And I guess I should add this to the list of things to discuss for posterity. So what we're going to talk about now is short charge. So, in the game, the way it checks whether you have that speedrunning blue state is by seeing how long you've been holding down the run button. And it checks that at only one frame of Samus's run animation, which is the frame in which, if I run a little bit slow here, the frame in which her back leg is coming up off the ground. So like right there. As soon as you see her back leg come up off the ground, right at the end of where I'm stopping pushing the button there. Like if I just push the button really fast, I'm not reaching that animation. If I stagger it a little bit, you can start to see her back leg come up off the ground. And it only checks if you're holding the run button during that frame. So what you can do is you can only hit the run button during that frame, and then you can chart. If you've been, all right, the way it checks for a Shine Spark is if for 4 consecutive instances of that frame, or for 4 instances of that frame during the same run, the run button is held during that particular frame of a run animation, you'll get the blue suit, or the fast running speed from the speed booster. But what you can do to cheat that is you can only hit the run button. You can walk, which gives me much more time to get from here to here, but only hit the run button during that frame, and you do it 4 times. So I'm just kind of watching for that frame and trying to hit the button at those exact times. And then I should be able to charge a Shine Spark using that. That what I just did is called a short charge. And there's some timing to it, which I have lost over the years. And then we can skip the entire mode with no grapple beam by doing that as well. So let's look at another way we can get across the moat, which is not done, because as we saw in the original game, we have no gravity suit. We can't jump around the moat. We have no space jump because we need the gravity suit to go get the space jump, which is back there in the wreck ship. So that's not happening. So really, the only way to get through the moat in the vanilla game is to use the grapple beam. Like, we just have to grapple these is the only way. So getting through with the speed booster is really nice, but one of the things they like to do in any percent is to beat Fantoon first, so that you can kind of just go down beating the bosses from top to bottom. So you go Fantoon and then Kraid and then Ridley and then Dragon in that order. I think that's it. PKRD. That sounds right. But in order to do that, if you want to beat Fantoon first, you can't realistically go get the speed booster because it's back behind the hot rooms of Upper Norfair, which means you have to go through while taking constant damage, which means you need to pick up energy tanks. No good. So how do you get through this room with no equipment? I don't know, let's turn off all of our equipment and see if we can't get through the room. We'll leave on the morph ball. No high jump boots, no beams, just the morph ball. That's it. So we're stripped down to nothing but our original equipment. So you can kind of line this up. We'll save right there. We're going to do a strategy called the CWJ, the continuous wall jump. So that little platform in the middle of the moat, we're going to try to trigger a wall jump from the other side of the platform. So Samus is going to leap over the platform, which we can only do by getting just enough running, like we get just enough running speed from being on the very leftmost pixel of this room. And we need to jump right before we hit the water. That's the only way to get enough running speed to do this. And if we do that, we'll have the exact perfect amount of running speed where Samus will be on the other side of that center platform in a perfect position to trigger a wall jump before you hit the water. So I'm going to try this a couple of times. It's not particularly easy, but let's see what we can do. So we're going to run and jump, and we were too soon to hit the water. And that is the continuous wall jump to get across that moat. And then when you don't have the high jump boots on, you can clear these just using some precise jumps. You don't actually need the grapple. In fact, a lot of grappling strategy in this game can be skipped by just unequipping the high jump boots. I'm gonna kill this idiot because he frequently gets in the way, and if he knocks you down, you have to walk all the way back in the water. And that gets us entry to the wreck ship with no equipment whatsoever. So we do need power bombs, importantly, to do that. But the power bombs that you typically get are like right there. So like in Criteria on the way up to the wreck ship. It's really not that hard to do. And then obviously you need super missiles to enter the wreck ship. So that covers a lot of the speedrunning strategy, a lot of the main speedrunning strategies that really break the game open. I guess we should teleport to show all of the strategies that go into skipping spore spawn that are important. So alright, so alright, so here is the the area we couldn't get past before. We have, without the speed booster, we can't get through those. Oh, I didn't turn on bombs. Let's turn all of our, let's turn on just bombs. So we can show how we can do this with little to no equipment. This is about the equipment we would have to get through this room. So we can't run through that room, we need the speed booster to get through it. What we can do is get through this with a mock ball. So we run, we jump, we trigger the mock ball, and then we can get under all the platforms. In 100% we grab all the items back here. In any percent we just worry about the item up here, which importantly is a super missile. So that gives us our super missile, so we don't need to beat Spore Spawn in order to get supers. But the question then is, you know, if we're at 100%, how do we get the super missile that's behind Spore Spawn to begin with? Because we couldn't get there before. We would have to beat Spore Spawn, it's the only way, right? Well, it turns out it's not the only way. So, and then, okay, so this is where we would exit from Spore Spawn, which is right here. So, if we remember, there is a super missile block right here. And here's the issue with this. Oh, I screwed it up. I actually just, like, naturally did it. I was supposed to show that, like, that's actually pretty difficult to hit. So let me, like, reload this block and we'll go for another example at it. Another neat strategy for this room. We couldn't get what was back here before, and we were supposed to come back here with a wave beam. Hey, we opened the door from the other side without the wave beam. You can do that with a very precise super missile shot, because the super missile will super missiles accelerate as they travel. Like if you watch me shoot it, it starts slow and then gets faster. If you scroll the screen up as you go, the super missile will on one frame be on the left of the gate, and then it will load the gate, and then the super missile will be on the other side of the gate and hitting the switch, which is just kind of a neat thing. Not really useful for any category that we're going to do, but kind of useful in randomizer, which is kind of nice. Alright, so the issue with this is if we just try to shoot a super missile here, we can't hit this. We can keep shooting super missiles down here. We're not gonna hit that block. But if we have a precise lineup, or if we get lucky like last time, like I like to line up with this guy, and then we do it, we can move forward and scroll the super missile block onto the screen or load it at just the right time for the accelerating super missile to hit it. And then we come through here, and we go grab the super missile from behind Spore Spawn in reverse, and that's Spo skip. That completely skips the boss Spore Spawn. Then we can just run right back out, because Spore Spawn's way up there and we don't want to go see him. So then we can just come right back out as normal. And yeah, so that skips super missiles. Is there anything else that I can think of that's really important? Cover directional shine sparks. We covered CWJ, we did Moonfall, we did down grabs, and we did short charges. That's kind of like most of the speed tech in the game. And then the great part about Super Metroid is you just play it a lot, and you get better at it, like, just by playing. Like, you move through rooms more quickly by just continually playing through them and adopting new strategies, watching other people play and trying to go fast. So what we're going to do here now is we're going to move to %. We're going to try to get every item in the game and do it as fast as we can. So on a accelerated casual playthrough, we beat the game in 2 hours and 41 minutes. I'm going to hope for a little bit shorter than that while getting all the items. Now, I'm going to give the disclaimer that I have not run 100%. I have not had a 100% speedrun attempt in this game in 4 years. And so, this is not going to be, by any means, an optimized route, and there's a decent chance I might actually miss one of the items, just like straight up forgetting to go get it. I'm gonna have to kind of think through this route on the fly because I don't actually know what the current 100% route is. I have an idea of what I want to do, but I'm not entirely sure. So this is not an optimized route. I just kind of want to showcase what the speedrunning strats do. So we're gonna go ahead and load the original ROM, get out of practice mode. We'll go ahead and reset. Oh, I forgot to copy data so I don't have to watch the beginning sequence. The beginning sequence is not part of the run. The run starts...
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
I'm pretty sure the run starts when you hit start game, when you already have a game loaded at Sarah's station. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip this, and I'll try to show you what I mean by that. I'm pretty sure if I do this, I skip this and start at Sarah's station. Then it'll allow me to just start at Sarah's station without... Super fast. Okay, so let's just reset. We'll turn off speed. See, now we have this loaded time at 0, 0, and what I'm going to do is copy that data so that we can not have to watch the intro each time. So I'm pretty sure time starts when I just hit start game right here. So we're just going to do it that way. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, what the? Let's try again. My timer didn't start. Alright. Fall quick. We got caught on a platform there. For any kind of world record pace run, that would immediately be disqualifying. You would immediately reset. Try to do a little arm pumping just for funsies. And we're going to try to get hit only by the tail. So again, we're not fighting back against Ridley because we just want to reduce our health below 30. clipped by the steam there. Not great. We got our run speed killed by the steam again. We didn't down grab. Come on. That's ugly. That's super ugly. I'm gonna reset. I'm mad enough that I'm gonna reset this. Like, that was so bad. I'm not gonna make it a habit of resetting this run. I also didn't hit start at the right time, but whatever. Okay. So we'll get it eventually, guys. We'll get it off a serious station, I promise. Whatever. And so I'm trying to optimize movement there a little bit, and I'm getting punished for it because I'm not practiced at it. So I really want to get to the meat of this speedrun so that I can just show off, you know, like the routing and how, or not the routing, but like how the speedrun strategies are utilized in the run. We're going to show off the routing. You should not watch me because I don't know how to route this game. And I missed it. I missed the tail of all things. Basically just need to hug the wall. I couldn't do it. Got bodied there a little bit, but I'll take it. Alright, so the beginning part of the run is going to look pretty similar. We're going to try to incorporate a moonfall down the climb, and then we're going to try to have a nice climb back up using wall jumps. My prediction is that the climb is going to be a big problem for us because, my god, that is one of the hardest things in the run to optimize. Like, one of the hardest things to get really, really good at it optimized. Alright, so off we go. Missed the gate. Little moonfall to clip straight through that platform. And grab the elevator. Okay. It's a lot easier to grab the elevator if you kind of point Samus's arm up before you press down or up on the elevator. Alright, so we got the morphing ball, but we're not going to go out the morphing ball way. Oh, we're going to go out this way. And we're going to save these second set of missiles for later, since we have to come back here anyway. I'm going to try to get a little mock ball out of here. I think we got it. That's definitely not the optimized way to get out of that room. Alright, here's the climb. Already screwed up. You can see, even unoptimized, that was way faster than doing it. We're also going to ignore that. Little mock ball to get down here. Some optimized falling. Ideally, you wouldn't have to wait that long at that door, but... So now we have our bombs. And what we want to do is we want to trick Bomb Torizo into shooting things out of his mouth, which we can then farm for missiles, which we can use to kill him. So we should be able to do that in 2 cycles. So he's going to hop back here. So, Bomb Torizo down. 4 missiles, disgusting. So I need 1 more missile. Alright, so instead of going out the bomb way, we're gonna escape from Alcatraz. So we don't have to wait for the bomb animations. Oops. If we're not bad. Wow, I'm having some trouble with this today. This is just not that hard. Alright, and then we're out. We're off to get our first supers. Ideally we wouldn't hit, like every single enemy along the way here, but, hitting every single enemy is, like, basically the same, right? Oh, right. Ha. Oops. So we don't kill these guys because we only have 5 missiles, so we're just going to damage boost through them. In the old route I did, I picked up this second set of missiles to begin with, but it's really pointless to do so. Grab that elevator, and now it's time to mock ball our way to victory. We're going to grab all 5 items from back here right now. Nice little mock ball. Grab our super missile. Come back. Probably should have grabbed that reserve tank. Two more missiles back here. Try to grab a nice little mini mock ball out of here. Grab a reserve tank. And then we're going to try to do another mock ball out. I guess that wasn't optimal. Kill that guy. Grab this missile. And now we have all of these items, so we don't have to come back for them, which is nice. Also, one of the things that we did in the original run was basically use regular missiles for every red door and green missiles for every green door. We're going to try to use super missiles for every door that we can, so that we don't have to waste time shooting it five times. I don't know how this is optimized. So we grab that. We're going to grab the charge beam now because it's extremely nice to have. Alright. And now we're going to move on to Green Hill Zone. I screwed that up. Okay. Oh boy, I screwed that up. Hidden missile back there. We did not grab that last time. That's kind of a tricky one. You kind of have to notice that this thing isn't shooting anything out. So go across a new bridge. I was supposed to shoot that guy with a super missile, but I failed. Oof, oof. So slow. I guess I could get the spacer now. See, now I'm feeling very unsure about my routing. It'd be very nice to not have to come back to Kraid for this item, but I also don't know how to avoid doing that, so I'm just gonna go do it. Nice little wall jump gets me through that. So there's a hidden item back here that you need a power bomb to get, which means we're gonna have to come back here later, which means this route is not at all optimal. But it's what I know, so I'm just gonna do it. Alright, so we're gonna go here for what's called the Kraid Quick Kill. We're going to try to keep Kraid from coming all the way out of the ground and killing him before he does that. He has 1,000 health, which means we need 4 super missiles, or 3 super missiles and 1 missile. Since supers deal 300 damage and missiles deal 100 damage. We missed his eye. Bye-bye, Kraid. Oh man, give me some supers. What's up with this? Let's get the Varia suit now. I want to go ahead and grab the high jump boots. Is it even optimal to grab the high jump boots? Yeah, it has to be. Alright, oh, I didn't talk about damage boosts. Damage boosts are pretty simple to understand though. When Samus takes damage, she recoils. She goes backwards from the damage. If you just take advantage of that fact, you can direct her damage boosts where you want them to go, and since she recoils very fast, you can just move very quickly. Go ahead and grab this energy tank. Alright, so we're going to go down and grab the high jump boots, and then we're going to grab the speed booster as quickly as we can, and then alright, so for this room, it's very, very important to grab this energy tank and kill this guy before he escapes. That way that door is open and we don't have to wait for him on the return trip. Okay. Right. So we got high jump boots. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I lost all of my vertical movement, or all my horizontal movement. I keep missing my super missile shots. Here's another really mean missile that they hit in the game. This is cathedral missiles. Just way down there beneath the lava. Pretty much only you're ever going to find that with the X-ray scope vanilla. So we can skip a good portion of this room by just rolling down the bottom. And then we're on this side. We can go straight up here with a high jump, and we can immediately go grab the speed booster. Another location we missed. Nice little missile pickup there. Right before the speed booster door, and if you leave here with the speed booster, then you're never getting that item because it's going to be flooded, so... Alright. Gotta go fast. That was a nice pickup on super missiles, which I'll use to open some doors here in a little bit. We're we're gonna hop down here. And grab the wave beam. Just because of the extra damage output, between the extra damage output, the shooting through walls, and a special feature of the wave beam that we didn't explore in the casual run, called the X Factor. Picking up the wave beam here is definitely optimal. Alright, so we've got our wave beam. I gotta think about how I want to get out here. We can kill these enemies with shots, makes it a lot quicker. Oops. We're gonna come this way, which is the way we never went in the game we just played. And this will take us straight to Crocomire. Oh, this isn't optimal either. Now I'm remembering. We're not supposed to be here yet. Alright. Well, this route is completely screwed up, but oh, okay, whatever. We're supposed to come here with Plasma Beam well after we're done with everything else, but, you know, we're here, so we may as well grab the items. We're gonna have to do something really unique to get out of here. Alright, so one of the things we can do, one of the things we should have done when we were over on that side was do what's called a screen wrap to open that door. And then what we can do with that screen wrap is... well, that was supposed to work. Let's try that one more time. Once more with feeling. Now we're definitely losing time over just walking through the darn door, but okay. This will be pretty cool when we get it. Just skirt right along the ceiling here. And we grab power bombs. We can do another little moonfall here. This is pretty cute. Gives us a little... Oh, we're gonna miss... yeah, that was not optimal. We get Indiana Jones missiles here, called such because the intended way to get here is to grapple along all of those moving Ripper enemies up at the top, which is a nightmare strategy to do. Much easier to get up there with the speed booster. If you do that right, you can actually do a mock ball out of that, and it's pretty fun. Alright, so we're gonna try. Ideally, we would have done a damage boost off of one of those spikes to get here, but just little optimizations everywhere. Every single room in this run is so ridiculously optimized, including we can just do this. If we did it right, we could have just used a Shine Spark to not have to do this long wall jump. And that's all the items from Crocomeyer's area. Oh man, this is all kinds of screwed up. Okay. Wait. Let's grab that. And then we're gonna have to go out of our way for Crumble Shaft too. So this, we're not doing very good here in terms of like routing at all. Because now we have to come over here to get the Ice Beam. Nice little Shine Spark to get through there. We do this room the fast way. We just jump through here, and then we're gonna go back the same way using a pretty cool strategy. Oops, I didn't freeze those guys right. What I wanted to do is there's a way to do a mock ball to get back out of there. Alright, so we're gonna get back out of this Crumble Shaft because we need to grab that missile. And then we need to get out of here. I guess one argument for having the wave beam is we don't have to do this ridiculous strategy later. And then while I'm here, I may as well go ahead and grab this extra item so I don't forget it or misroute it or something, because I've already done a lot of misrouting. Nice little hidden item back here. not grabbed that in our playthrough. Oh. Use another little shine spark here. Do this room nice and quick. We're gonna use a health refill here. Because we're pretty low on health. And we're gonna be fighting Phantoon. And since we're never saving during this run, dying would immediately end the run. We're gonna try to get through this room with some damage boosts. That room's pretty tricky without damage boosts. Little damage boost strategy there, instead of freezing those guys to save some time. Grab these. These aren't the guys I want to be farming. I don't want to be farming these guys for power bombs. I want to be farming these guys for super missiles. It's like the 5th time I've done that. Like, I keep switching over to super missiles to open a door, and then switching away from super missiles before I actually fire one. How did those guys not die? Take a little damage boost. And now we're off to the wreck ship. So we're going to try a little strategy here called Ocean Fly. I'm going to try it one more time. If I don't get it this time, I won't have the right number of super missiles, and then I won't be able to do it. Did I actually open the door? I need to open that door. Alright. I'm too early. Okay. So the idea is that you shoot a super missile at this door, and it opens just in time for you to get through, but it's like an extremely precise setup. Oh, I should have short charged this too. I don't know what I'm thinking. So we're out of supers. Is this Covern gonna drop a super? if it doesn't, how do I have enough supers? I don't. There's a super missile door at the bottom of this shaft. Because I tried to go for Ocean Fly, I don't have enough super missiles to get here. Unless this guy will drop a super for me, which seems incredibly unlikely. I really don't know what to do. I've never run into this problem before. I don't think Coverins have a very high super drop rate, if at all. Alright, so... Alright, we're running bad here. Is there anywhere that we can go where we can farm one super missile? I think these atomics might have a super missile drop rate. Okay, so we got the Coverins do drop super missiles. Good to know. All right, so that was like a couple minutes worth of time loss. Oops. That is not the typical part of the route. You're supposed to actually save a super missile for that, but because I wasted 2 of them like, going for Ocean Fly, I didn't have it, so... Oops. Live and learn. This is why you practice, instead of just going for a run all willy-nilly. I'm also gonna have to use 3 regular missiles on this Ghidorah instead of... Alright. Yeah, so for this boss, there are a lot of optimized strategies, a lot of which use the X factor, but I'm going to use missiles and a strategy called the Doppler, in which Phantom will shut his eye if you shoot him for 300 damage. So the idea is we shoot him for 200 damage, then another 200, and then we're going to try to unload as many missiles into him as we can before he closes his eye. That was bad. And we do that by moving toward him while shooting, because him closing his eye requires a certain number of frames, and by moving toward him we can shoot the missiles quickly enough that it breaks that limit. See, we got like 4 or 5 shots into him there. And I screwed up and shot him 3 times there, and he immediately shut his eye. Also, you can do a lot here by just knowing when he's gonna open or close his eye. Like, he's gonna open his eye over on the right side of the screen, right here. Alright, so not a great Phantoon fight. Phantoon can be done in 1 cycle. Like, if you're really good at... You have to hit him with that initial X Factor attack using the Wave Beam, and then do a series of good Dopplers and end with a Super Missile to deal him exactly enough damage. power bomb here, and that will open up this secret area, which we weren't to last time. We finally get some more super missiles to work with. Another time-saving strategy is we're going to try to use power bombs to clear the way for bomb blocks as much as possible, just because we can lay one power bomb and clear out a wide swath of blocks rather than having to bomb them one at a time. Alright, so we're going to go for the spiky death room. Hopefully not actually die. Oh, that was really tight. I almost got crushed by that last one. And now normally we would have to come and unequip high jump boots for this, but since we actually have the grapple beam, we can use vanilla strats for this. So grab this item. Oops. Oh, we screwed that up. Get it out with a down grab. And then Spiky Room of Death in reverse. I'm just gonna wait that cycle out because I screwed up the movement at the beginning. You can get underneath that, but an extra power bomb. Lay a power bomb here. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do is short charge here. Oh, I had it. And then you can just plow through all of those enemies without having to kill them all. And then we have to come back here for the robots. There's a strategy here for clipping through the robots using invincibility frames and a down back. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm just going to shoot the robots. Ooh, can I get around this guy? Yeah! Yeah! That was really nice. Okay, so we didn't have to move the final robot, which at least saved a little bit of time. Okay. And then we don't have to kill the enemies on the way back. We'll charge that up. Come up and get the missiles in the sky. And then come down here. Oh. What a nice room. It was so lovely. I just spent so much time in it. Alright, so we get a little Chizu bowling. And then we're almost done with the wreck ship, and then we'll have the gravity suit. So now I really have to start thinking about my routing. I think the appropriate play here is to just go straight down to Meridia. And we're not going to take the Forgotten Highway this time. One of the strategies there is you can use regular missiles to hit those guys a little bit faster, since regular missiles shoot a little bit faster. Grab this reserve. Little optimization here. If Samus is facing the screen when she falls through one of these blocks, you can fast fall through it. We laid that power bomb in advance, so it would knock that block out in advance. Oh, you're supposed to grab the gravity suit in midair so that it doesn't do that whole animation, but you know, whatever. And then we have this item down here, the gravity suit. Pretty easy to grab. And if we Mach Ball out, we should be able to not have to break that block on the way back. Nice. Just in time. Jump back over the moat, and then we're going to come back down Red Tower here. We're going to go straight to Meridia. I should have opened this before. Little minor optimization there, we can bloat that up. I think I'm going to grab the X-ray scope now. So we'll try to get out of here this way. Alright, so what we're gonna do is a little bit of minor optimization here. We can do Dragon now. You know, we'll just do that. Make the Ridley fight a lot easier. Alright, so we're gonna get a couple of items here. We need to do a short charge. Right here. That was not a good one. And that's how you get that item. Such a cool strategy, I love it. I'm taking a lot of damage here. It's okay, we'll get a refill at Mama Turtle. We didn't get this item last time. Kind of a hidden item at the crab hole. Oh no, I screwed something up. Okay. We should be able to short charge here. Let's try again. That's a pretty tough short charge. Okay, so we're just not going to short charge there. What do instead... We ran out of energy for our charge, but we got just high enough to get the energy tank and refill. The Shine Spark will drain your energy until you're at critical health. So as soon as you get below 30, you'll stop moving no matter where you're at. That missile right there is the one that probably killed everybody. Like trying to find it when you were a kid, trying to get that 100% completion. Because the cool thing about that missile is there's no place to even stand and use... You have to be standing in order to use your, You have to be standing in order to use the X-ray scope, and you can't stand anywhere there. It's a nice diagonal Shine Spark to get up there. Get the items from the beach. There's another hidden item back here, which is kind of cruel because the camera doesn't even scroll properly to let you find it. I'm trying to think of how I want to do these sand pits. Is another thing that I haven't stopped to consider. I have 2 sand pits that I need to get all the items out of. Which means I have to make 2 passes through Meridia in order to get them. I'm needing to make a decision on what to do with these sand pits, like right now. What's the best way through? What's the best way to get the items? I think I just come straight up here. This feels right. And then we do everything after Shecto? Yeah, I think that's right. Alright, so we're off to do... Bot Twin, Mr. 10 super missiles. Always more than 10 because his neck folds absorb all of them. Go ahead and grab this energy tank. And there's this super cool speedrun strategy that I am way too bad for coming up here called the full halfie. I can't even do the regular halfie, which is like not even that precise. Whoa, we froze that guy. I've never seen that happen. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, that was way too early. The idea is that you charge a Shine Spark, you go all the way up that shaft, and then you activate it, like right now, to get all the way across this Coliseum room without any trouble. The reason it's called the full halfie is the original strategy was called the halfie because it got you halfway across the room. And then it was determined with a very well-placed Shine Spark that you could go all the way across the room if your Shine Spark was like perfect. And that strategy is called the full halfie in honor of the original halfie. So, Super Metroid has a lot of history and therefore a lot of unique speedrunning names for things. Okay, so there's our precious missiles. We're off to Dragon. Alright, so there's a unique strategy for this I'm going to try. I'm not very good at it. Alright, and we'll show off a new strategy for this. Something you guys didn't get to see last time. Oh, I missed. Okay. It's okay. It's kind of like a special kill on Dragon that you can do. You grapple the electricity and just takes his health down super quick and kills him. The other special strategy you can do is takes damage from Shine Sparks, and Shine Sparks, as we can see, deal a ton of damage to everything they hit. So you can Shine Spark through him and it will deal him damage every frame that you're in contact with his hitbox, and it drains his health very, very quickly. You can kill him with just a couple of Shine Sparks. Alright, so now we have the space jump. And we have to explore two areas of Meridia that we didn't explore last time, which are the sand pits. Now, these are both attached to Aqueduct, and they both contain two items, and they're both really annoying to get to. See, that would have been a good place for a moonfall, but I didn't think of that until after I was started to fall, so... We're gonna go down here. Continually morphing and unmorphing here is a little bit faster than not doing that. Alright, so this is Sandpit 1. Missile there. Power bomb, and then we're gonna go see Shack Tool. Take a little damage boost. If we didn't have the grapple beam, there's a super neat strategy you can do with the ice beam to clip through the ceiling to get to Shack Tool. But unfortunately, it's just way, way faster to just take the guaranteed grapple. We're gonna wait out Shack Tool here, so now I have to think of my route. So I'm gonna go up through the toilet. I'm gonna grab my plasma beam, and then I think I have to go through the oh, what's that? Cack Alley, Cack Attack Alley, in order to get back to where I need to go to get to the final sand pit, and then I'll be done with all the items in Meridia. Spring ball acquired. Up, up, up. Get me out of here. That sand is so annoying, it's so hard to get out of. So up here. Oh man, that sucked. I just missed that ledge. Little chance for a refill there. We have the plasma beam, and then we have the 2 items in the left sand pit, and then we're completely done with Meridia. So... We're gonna get grabbed here. This will take us through Kek-Tak Alley this way, and allow us to pick up some additional super missiles along the way. And now we're back here right before Dragon, which will become evident as to why we made that loop in just a minute. If we can hit the speed boost, which is completely free, which we didn't. Get damage boosted down into the sand. And then we need to take sand pit number 2. So this location, obviously, we also did not go to when we were here, when we did the first run, because we didn't go to either sand pit. There's a reserve tank and a missile tank here, and then Meridia's all done for us. So we're going to take one more damage boost out of here, hopefully. Oh, no, I missed it. And so we're going to head straight down to Lower Norfair and go take on Ridley. I missed going through there. Can't be quicker. There's another way to go that's faster than this, but this is the way I know, so I'm just going this way. Got stuck on the door, not great. And now we're over here at the lava pit. And we're gonna show off some neat stuff here. So first, we saw that intense fight with Golden Teresa that we had last time. We're gonna make that a ton easier. Let's see if we can't get a short charge. Well, we did, but we didn't actually do anything with it, so... Short charge would be nice so that you could have blue suit coming through these little fire jets so you don't get hit by them and can still go fast. If you try to just run through those fire jets, they're just going to rough you up, so... Alright, so we did 240 last time, we're at 108, and we're about to have all the bosses dead, so probably by like 115? Definitely don't want to miss that missile. If you're doing a speedrun, that is immediately RIP run, because it takes so long to get back here, and you cannot get through that floor. We're just gonna fight Golden Chorizo here. We're gonna exploit his weakness. He does not like having his toes stepped on. If you step on his Tims, he's dead. So, like, if you line yourself up right on his foot and you point straight up, he can't actually hit you, but you can hit him. So you just charge shots. And also, since he jumps up in the air a whole bunch, the charge shots hit him twice. So he just, it's super effective. He just immediately dies. Alright, so taking the screw attack, coming up here. Nice little strategy for that room. You see, like, since I haven't speedrun this game, one thing that I'm hoping that you notice is how many rounded off jumps I'm doing. Like the ones that I said were bad and that you shouldn't do. Like, uh-oh. Oh, that's also rip run if you fall through that floor. It takes a long time to get back to where you need to go. Alright, so one of the things, well, a couple of things we can do here with these key hunters is we can use the invincibility frames from the plasma beam, ideally to not get hit by them, to make movement through them a bit faster. So we get these power bombs. Pretty low on health. We're gonna try a neat strategy called a Kago, which we missed. Only get one attempt at it. You can actually clip through those platforms to make it a little bit faster. Use a little bit of health here. I think I'm gonna do a limited farm. Just killing some of the enemies that are in my way to get some extra health. What's my reserve tank's 135? I should be okay for this fight. If I die, it's run over, but I shouldn't die. Just start by offloading some super missiles right into it right away. He should be dead. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to insert my reserve tanks right now. If he hits me with the tail, it's not good. And not get hit by that tail. Okay, whew. It's a little bit of a scary fight there, but we made it. Get this hidden energy tank here. We got that in the last run, but that was mostly reflex. It's kind of a mean hiding place for an item. I said we'd kill Ridley at 115, and we killed him almost exactly at 115. Alright, so... now we have to escape Lower North Air. We're gonna... try to make it a little bit faster than last time, using a couple of strategies like that. Directional Shine Sparks. There's a much better strategy than what I'm doing here, but this is what I know. Alright. See, that would have been a good place to use the plasma beam so I didn't have to slow down there. Got another energy tank. So we kill all the light sources in here, so this is going to be a little bit more difficult. Just have to remember the room's layout. So all the bosses are dead, we just need to pick up the remainder of the items and then kill Mother Brain, and then we're done. Unfortunately, there's a lot of items left in Brinstar. Oops, I forgot to actually lay the power bomb to get rid of that. Alright, so, just so we know what the stakes are here, I don't think I'm going to hit this, but my previous personal best is an in-game time of 1 hour and 7 minutes. Now, obviously, I'm way off 1 hour and 7 minutes in actual completion time, but we saw how different that is from real time in the last run, where we were at 240, and it gave us in real time, and it gave us an in-game time of like 1 hour 57 or something like that. So like, one of the main things that's not counted in that timer is whenever you pick up an item and it goes do 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 do. That's none of that is included in your in-game time, and each of those fanfares takes like something ridiculous, like 10 seconds or something. So we're back to Upper North Air. These 2 items to get. I exaggerated when I said it was 10 seconds. It's more like 7 seconds. But still, that's a long time. Times 100, that's 700 seconds, which is like almost 10 minutes. Or, which is, I'm sorry, over 10 minutes. Now we can come here and get this now. Whoops. Which would have been made a little bit quicker by me space jumping over here, but instead isn't because I froze that guy in a bad place, so... Alright, so this is the part of the route that I'm most unsure about. So I'm just going to make it up. See how it works. So I'm going to go up through Meridia here. And my destination is the ship, actually. Oops, I wanted to go this way. There's kind of this exit to Meridia that you probably would never actually use in the real game. Oops, which I think I passed up. Oh, it's right here, okay. Thank God I had a super missile that had been locked out again. I completely forgot that green gate was there. Alright, so this takes us back to the ship. And then we can go through Gauntlet to get... and then loop down through Brinstar to get the remainder of our items. Take a little refill here. Mostly to refill on supers, but also... you know, just for general safety. I don't remember how to execute this screen wrap. I'm just gonna guess at it and we'll see if I can get it in a couple of tries. If I can't, then it won't work. Because you can execute this screen wrap, it's so neat. Oh, I got it. Okay, sweet. So you heard the door open. So now what I need to do is charge a Shine Spark. Whoa, okay. Slow down, slow down. I'm like excited that I'm gonna get it. And that was this door over here that opened. So we opened it from the other side of the screen. And now we just get to charge all the way through Gauntlet, which is super neat. Alright, so we're going to show how we get both of those missiles from the end of the game sequence last time in one go, just by lining ourselves up properly. This one's so minor, it like is like super free to do, but like if you didn't think to do it, like you're losing minutes going all the way back through Gauntlet to get both of these items. You just line it up so you take off both the crumble blocks at the same time, and if you're really fast, you turn back and forth so that you fast fall through all the crumble blocks. But alright. Alright, so not too many more items left to get. That door for next time so we can shoot it with a wave beam shot. Should have gone that way. Ugh. So we'll get these items from last time, not fall into the pit. So we didn't have power bombs the last time we were here, so we need to get everything that requires power bombs. Damage boost through that room might be a little bit faster. Little optimization there. You can do a mock ball through that so that you don't have to fall down and then climb back up. Pretty neat. We're not gonna fall down that shaft to see the animal. We're just not. Come down here to Mission Impossible. Another power bomb. So we're going to come over and do Spo skip. The strategy to do that before that little lineup was found was so ridiculous. Like, back when my friend and I speedran back in like 2009, you had to do all kinds of crazy stuff to get through that door. Maybe if like I find another time to talk about it, we'll get to see that. Alright, so we get our third to last energy tank. We're gonna go back down towards charge beam. What's so disgusting is, like, my friend has gotten so good at this that his 100% run would be over by now. He would already killed Mother Brain. And, like, that's not even accounting for the fact that, like, actually just beating Turian is gonna take me, like, 8 minutes or whatever. It takes me a long time. Second to last energy tank. Alright, so that's it for this area, which we call Big Pink. You know, because it's big and pink. Some names are better than others. Can't all be winners, right? So we can just space jump right across this. Just a couple items left. I wonder what my in-game completion time is going to be. I'm actually very curious. So we're opening this for the first time. These missiles. And then we're going to head up to this area that we hinted at last time but didn't actually go to. To the everyone's favorite named room in the game, which is the Billy Mays room. And we'll see why in a minute. This is the Billy Mays room. Because there's missiles in it. But wait, there's more. There's more missiles. Uh-oh. I don't feel like I have the right number of missiles. I feel like I missed a missile pack somewhere. This isn't good. Because these missiles are supposed to put me up to 230. They're only putting me up to 225. That's not a good sign. This is looking like it's going to be a 99% completion run, guys. I need to think about where I missed those missiles. Oh, no. There's missiles down here. Okay, these are missiles. Okay. Yes, okay, good. So we have this, we have shaft supers, and then we have 230 missiles, and then we are on our way to Mother Brain. You might wonder why you would want to come back up through the shaft. Like, it was slow the first time, why would it be any faster this time? Well, there's an item here, is the answer. This hidden item right here. We need the the speed booster for it, which is why we didn't get it the first time. That takes us all the way up the shaft the back way, we don't need to worry about it. And that is all the items in the game, that is every single one. Okay. So now, all that's left is Torian. Which conveniently we are right by. Almost like we planned it. We go through this room, which is called Terminator, which I've recently learned because you come through it once, but then you'll be back. So we're off to Torian, we have to wait for all these statues to explode. I'm feeling like my in-game time is going to be like 1:13 or something like that. Alright, so inside Torian is really interesting. It's very skill intensive. Like, I mean, like, if you're doing it for the first time, like, it will, I mean, like, it would feel like I would be doing these things fast, but I'm really not doing them very fast. Like, the people who do them fast do them so much faster. But there are a couple of interesting skips here. So the first part of Torian is just executing and getting the Metroids down as quickly as possible. And the next part is a technique called Baby Skip. Then you have a technique called Zeb Skip. Then you have a technique called Stand Up Glitch. And then it's just executing the escape well, which we'll see is way different than just following the intended path. So that was okay for me. Oops. Ideally, you're supposed to group those Metroids closer to the door so you don't have to walk back across the room, but... I'm going to use the same grouping strategy as before on these last ones. Oops. If they grab you, you can detach them with a single bomb, and then since they're grouped, you can just kill them. So it wasn't that much of a time loss getting grabbed by that one, but it's certainly less than optimal. Alright, so this is Baby Skip. Baby Skip is hard. And doing it fast is even harder. Alright, so what we have to do is we have to manipulate the baby to not latch onto us and still get to the exit of this room. Which is... well, we'll see. Let's see how we get it to work. Well, that was horrible. Okay. The idea is that he'll, like, loop around you over and over again, and he won't be able to catch you because you're just jumping at the right time. I jumped a little bit late, I think, on that first jump. The first jump and the last jump are the hardest. Once you have him in the loop, it's pretty easy to maintain the loop. It's just then trying to get him to not get you in as many loops as possible. So we have to take a slow refill. We had to wait for the baby to drain all of our health, which took a while. you can skip all of that. You don't have to get the refill. You don't have to wait for the baby. It's really, really fast. It saves a lot of time. Alright, so next on the menu is Zeb Skip, which I also have problems with. I need the screw attack off. And so we're going to try to skip through this first red column. These are called Zebatites, which is why this is called Zeb Skip. Yep, there we go, okay. And then once we do that, the other columns don't load. So you just walk right through them. You can save yourself a bunch of ammo and a bunch of time that you would normally spend shooting them. Alright, there's Mother Brain 1. And now we want to execute what's called the stand-up glitch. This glitch is a little scary if you're new because while it's pretty easy to actually execute, you can either die or soft lock your game pretty easily if you screw it up. So Mother Brain takes 60 super missiles or equivalent to beat. Alright, so the first step is we need to lower our health to 700 plus a little bit. This beam will deal us 300 damage, lower our health to 400, and then we have to run into her and very quickly lower our health below 100. And if we don't lower our health below 100, the glitch will get screwed up. Okay, so we did it. So the baby's now on screen trying to save us. Because if you remember the last run, whenever Mother Brain kept shooting us with his rainbow beams, as soon as we got below 100, she stopped. Or we were in kneeling pose and we couldn't be... We got just continually forced into kneeling pose. But since we manipulated our health to be correct and ignore that kneeling pose, and we were standing during a part where we should be standing. And now the important thing is we're standing right now, and we're shooting Mother Brain. And every time we shoot her, we're taking damage away from her final health bar. Okay. And she took 4 shots instead of as many shots as she took last time because we drained most of her final health bar. If done optimally, you can pump 42 shots into her when her final health bar is done, and then you don't need to shoot her at all. She'll just start her final phase as being dead. Alright, so now let's do the escape. Dangerous in that stand-up glitch is if the hyper beam and your regular beam are ever on the screen at the same time, it will completely destroy the game. Like, the game cannot handle it at all. Here's a little skip. We can skip this entire room by going like this. Speed booster through the floor. It would have been nice to kill that, because he might mess up our moonfall. We should have shot a guy through the wall. Go to moonfall here. Oh, we screwed up the moonfall, and we wasted time by moonwalking. No fun. And then in a speedrun, you never actually save the animals. Because you don't care about the animals, they're not required to beat the game, so... We have one more optimization for the shaft here, this little shine spark that takes us all the way up. No climb required. we'll climb through Parlor, and then we're done, and we've saved ourselves an hour of time in beating the game. And we got all the items, whereas the last time we only got 79 items. So, an hour 44:56. Oh. It's actually the first time I've ever timed myself in real time beating Super Metroid. So, when my friend and I used to speedrun, it was always in-game time, so I've never actually done real time. Alright, so moment of truth. Did we actually collect all 100 items? Oh, no, the clear time comes first, and then completion percentage. My prediction is 113. 112. Okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. At my best, I was at 107. And the fact that I can come anywhere near that after not having practiced in years is crazy. Especially when, like, I lost, like, well over 2 minutes in that run to just the wreck ship. Just, like, having the wrong number of super missiles and doing stupid things, and really, really suboptimal routing. Like, I don't know what the optimal route for 100% items is, actually, but that's not it. I'll tell you that much. I was just kind of, making it up on the fly. But, yeah, so, like, that's the difference between speedrunning and just casual playthrough, is you just find ways to get through the slow parts of the game fast, and then once you have learned a way through the game, or the fast way through the game, you just try to make tiny little optimizations to save yourself time, and it becomes like a fun little competition, like against yourself and against the clock and against other people with similar skill. It's a really great hobby that I've enjoyed for a good portion of my life, so. Alright, need to make sure that I didn't miss any items here before we sign off, but I'm going to go ahead and start signing off now so that we can check it off as soon as we get past that 100% in completion. This has been a Team Flourish stream. I've been your host, Maximum Barnage. Thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow we are going to have YT Cryptic playing some Titanfall. We're going to have off Thursday, and then if you want to check out the rest of our schedule, just go ahead and check out our Discord. Our schedule and who we are and a lot of the stuff we do is on there, so feel free to come check us out. I've really enjoyed streaming for this group. We have a really good, dedicated group of streamers that are, a wide range of experiences, and, stream a bunch of different games, so you're bound to find something you like if you hang out. Raid for collecting items is 100%. There we go. Alright. Well, that's going to be it for me. If you liked what you see, you can go ahead and check me out on my channel. And I hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you again some other time. Take care. See you next mission.